Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Gonna go ahead and switch over to live chat. Go ahead and set a goal. Goal for 2 hours. Actually, as tough as everything is, I actually had a pretty good weekend. So I had the boys. Excuse me. I dipped out on Friday after Valor Reacts. Had a good time with Dan Pace. Picked up the boys, got some candy, got some groceries, hung out, vibed out. Saturday, we went to the Winter Park YMCA for the pool, and we swam for like an hour and a half. And then we came home. I did some yard work. I chopped some shit up. I mowed the lawn. I broke up some debris, threw them in bins. Then, chill video game night, iPad, Super Smash Brothers, Nintendo, all that kind of stuff. Then on Sunday, same thing again. Went to the pool. Good morning, Officer Nasty. Sear, went to the pool again, swam for another hour and a half, finished up the yard work, broke up some more debris, put it into bins. And then at nighttime, Corbin Sales, a gentleman who's been in the debate scene, but now he's doing a lot of back end work. He was in town with his girlfriend going to Disney. And so as a result, we went to Mellow Mushroom Pizzeria. And he was gracious enough to pay. And so I got a Mellow Mushroom Pizza, large, half cheese, half pepperoni, pineapple, and banana pepper. And we all smashed that pizza. And then my boys had pizza for breakfast. And now they're off with their mom. Her brother is graduating from a probation officer class or something like that this morning, which is, good for him. I'm happy he's getting a cool little job, cool little career. And, yeah, that's pretty much it. Obviously, the old lady is still going through her trials and tribulations. So no real update on that front. Still kind of in stasis. But the good news is I bumped into a song that I really, 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 really like that we're probably going to listen to in a second to set the vibe. And then, yeah, the only upsetting thing I'll tell you, the only upsetting thing that's happened within the past 24 hours is Christian Valeris, of all people, retweeted North because North is going on to Wick TV to talk about how I've been co-opted by the Snarkers and how to avoid getting co-opted into thinking that Destiny is a sexual degenerate who is self-destructive to himself and hurts his personal relationships and his professional opportunities by being such a sexual degenerate. I don't know if you guys agree with that statement, okay? If you agree with the fact that Steven is a sexual degenerate who hurts his personal relationships and hurts his professional opportunities, the only way you could believe that is if you were mind raped by Snarkers. Steven is the healthiest, happiest, most sane, most moral actor on the planet. And if you criticize him at all, you've been co-opted. Just wanted to let you know. If you have any criticisms of his personal conduct whatsoever, you've been mind raped. So, I feel like I remember that name. Don't remember which one. Corbin Sales? Yeah. Base Shoeonhead Gooding stream? Kill yourself. Yeah, I hate you. Good morning, Girl Hottest. May your girl stay hot, may your beer stay cold, may you keep all your fingers while blowing things up. Amen. Indeed. Indeed. We're about to vibe out to some music. Grassers just, copyright infringement for breakfast. True. I did push day and hit some volume personal records. Well, that's Base Jeb Kush. You and Bud123 should get together and make a weightlifting baby. And then I actually am really excited because I'm still having some anxiety related to the old lady going through it. So I am absolutely going to be doing legs today. And then I'm going to be walking around the lake again. So I'm going to be doing leg extensions, hamstring curls. There's like the hip opening machine where you open the, you basically open up your pelvis with weights. And then I'm going to do calf raises, weighted calf raises. And then I'm going to do a deep squat machine. So, oh, and I'm going to do the butt exercise where you start on the ground basically, and you put weights on your hips, and then you try to smash your penis into the ceiling. I'm going to be doing that exercise as well. So hopefully I get a good butt, quad, hamstring, hip, calf workout. Yeah, the Pussy Crusher 9000. Yeah. Yes. I'm going to be doing the Pussy Crusher 9000 weight machine. Yep. That's on the docket today. And then after that, I'm going to go take my anxiety and walk around a lake. Yeah. You guys don't know the weighted hip thrust machine? Hold on. Let me show you guys. So it's this one where mine's a little bit different, but you basically start at the bottom, you put your butt here, and then you try to crush your pussy 9000 into the ceiling. So basically this one. So I'll be doing this one, and then the hip opener machine. This is the one that I'm talking about. So there's a hip closer machine. I don't need that. My interior hips are already super tight. So I don't need the hip interior machine. I need the hip exterior machine, where you start with weight on the exterior, and then you basically open up your legs like this gal. They're doing this to me at work later today. So yeah, so it's gonna be legs. It's gonna be opening up the legs. It's gonna be a leg day. So I'm gonna be doing lots of provocative motions with weights on my body. It's gonna be sick. So copyright infringement for breakfast in a moment. Totally fair and balanced take. Yeah, that Wick thread was wild. True. What's happening? Just fighting about goonerism again. Live chat is better than top chat. I did change over to live chat. Why? Ew. So I can have strong hips and butts and quadriceps and hamstrings and calves. Why wouldn't I want a strong butt, hamstrings, quadriceps, hips, and calves? The hip abductor machine is my favorite femboy autogynephiles machine. I am a weighted hip thrust machine. The dick thruster 3500. That's the bussy machine caller. You guys are wild. You guys are wild. I have an exercise machine for opening your pelvis, but it doesn't look like that, and it has stirrups. Yeah, I bet you do. Yeah, oh my God. Can I crush a watermelon with my thighs? Not yet. Not yet, but I'm going to try to eventually. Yeah, from booby bear to booty bear. Yeah, I'm working on that. Legs is such an easy thing to neglect, but the reason why, in my opinion, okay, the reason why it's so easy to neglect is because fucking you show up to the gym and somebody's like, don't skip legs day. And then they try to have you like deadlift 400 pounds when you weigh 160 with poor form and throw your fucking back out. Like I guarantee you my hips and legs are partially fucked up because of dumbass fucking gym bros who want 160 pound fucking dudes to just start fucking lifting weights, like lifting their personal record maxes the first day they lift weights with bad form. It's such horse shit. Dude, gym culture 20 years ago was fucking horse shit. So now I have to go do the old people machines because my body can't just throw 400 pounds around like it's fucking nothing. White racism is the dumbest? We'll see. We'll see. If I had to guess, this is going to be like my criticism of Shoeonhead, but maybe she's doing partially what I'm doing. So if I had to get, here's my criticism, is I think she's going to find the dumbest fucking tweets and the most vile like black nationalist YouTube creators like cheering on Carmelo Anthony stabbing a fucking white guy to death. And then that's like, she's just gonna fucking post that and be like, ha ha ha, aren't these people stupid? Like, probably realizing that this is like suicide fuel for her fucking gooner incel tradcon audience. I know that seems like there should be some contradictions there, but they're a contradictory group. So legs are easy to neglect because every time I do leg day, I can't walk for a week. True. True. If I did BJJ and normal people think they could hang with me, how do I get them to doubt themselves without rolling? True. True. Pile chat, what's your favorite lube, or are you dry strokers? Wow, okay, we're taking a turn for the worse. Looking like a double wide surprise, Connor. I don't know what that means, but thank you. Why would I pay attention to Shoeonhead's words? I don't know, because she's moderately attractive. She's above average attractive. I don't know. Probably. I remember when I used to do parkour and the friend that was showing us wanted to do all the sorts of advanced stunts with little training. Yeah. Like trying to get you fucking killed. Flying off of a building before you even know how to do a front flip. Yeah. La, 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 la. Grant King says that's exactly what it is, but also, yeah, it's stupid when it occurs, but also shouldn't be treated as if it happens the majority of the time. True. I just ignore and mock racism towards whites in order to make myself feel morally above it all. Works like a charm. Maybe. What do you think your channel is going to look like a few years to you sticking to React, or will you be doing some Republican interview policy call out, etc.? That's actually an interesting question, Mr. Gene. So one of the things that I've wanted to do, I just haven't, I've done the, back when I wanted to do it, I didn't do the groundwork. Now that I've done the groundwork, I don't want to do it. So I think that, just being very transparent, Josiah has done very well with the 10 to 15 minute current event rant formula. Like, he shows up, he has his talking points, he walks through his talking points, he pulls up a clip or two, he posts a 10 to 15 minute video, and he does that 5 times a day. So I have the channel up so I can literally start uploading that whenever I start doing that content. But my game plan would be, excuse me, do that in the morning. So effectively, like, a current event happens yesterday afternoon, yesterday evening. Like, the opening segment of the stream is me doing like a 10-minute outlined rant about said current event and news. And then streaming 2 React segments after that, because weirdly enough, I'm currently under contract in order to stream for 5 hours, and React content is easy enough. It's easy enough. It's fun. I like hanging out with the community. I like talking shit. It's fun. It's fun. So, but if I saw the, let's say I was doing my daily 10 to 15 minute, current event yap with 2 or 3 clips that was easy to edit, and I'm posting it to that second channel. If that second channel takes off, then I would be happy. I would be happy to pivot into that, and then basically use a 5-hour stream to research 2 or 3 current events where we're basically like walking, like, let's say we watch that Perun intermediate drone warfare video about the Ukrainian offensive in Zaporozhye, where they're doing like a logistics offensive. I could summarize that with a couple of clips into a 10 to 15 minute rant and then post that. And then, let's say that we did the Andrew Wilson, Coach Adams, or whatever this guy's name is, divorce debate. Well, then I could give a hot take about, Andrew Wilson and Coach Adams and their takes on divorce or whatever, but I would summarize it. And so if that content started doing good, I would start focusing on that. This is a lie. You can't stick to only 10 minutes for a rant. I mean, that's relatively true. It's relatively true. But that doesn't mean that a 15-minute rant can't be cut down to a 10-minute rant. So, I've argued with people about wrestling a lot. They don't believe me. If I rolled with them, they would, but I don't want to roll to win every BJJ argument. Sure. But I think the thing that inspired this was weightlifting Rodney Hobbs, which I think there is a toxic culture of just seeing a guy lifting weights for the first time, loading him up with more weight than he can lift, and then injuring him. Arthur says, my friends called me to a rock climbing gym, and it was a real fun experience, very supportive and helpful. Cool. She looks like if Cindy Lou Who grew up from The Grinch. True. True. And Cindy Lou Who became a hot adult. Cindy Lou Who rocker. Taylor Momsen. That's a rough picture right there. But when she dresses up, she can be quite fetching. So I actually don't like that. She looks too pale there. That would maybe that would let's just be real. I would. I just would. Let's just be real. Yeah. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. I would let a woman like this hurt my feelings. For sure. For sure, I would let a woman like this hurt my feelings. Yep. So, Taylor Momsen. Call me. Call me. Oh. Yeah, the Pretty Reckless. Yep. Became a hot adult. She is a hot adult. What do you want from me? That's a descriptively true statement. Taylor Momsen is now hot. The first time I saw Taylor Momsen, she was 6. I did not think she was hot when she was 6. So, anyways. Too pale, brother. Goddamn, goth girls of my formative years ruined me. True. Have you seen the Ariana Grande picture of her in stage work, her fans behind her looking like the ghost of Ozempic Future? I don't even want to Google that because, truth be told, it makes me a little bit sad. I think that she legitimately has an eating disorder. So, Ariana Grande is obviously cute. There's nothing wrong with thinking Ariana Grande is cute. Shit. I'll just depress the fuck out of us before we start listening to some music. So, she has a cute face. She's a good-looking girl. There's nothing wrong with that. But she is too fucking skinny, and I think I don't know if she's actually on a GLP-1 or whatever. I don't know if this picture is real. If this picture is real, I'm going to be very sexist. Just, this woman needs to eat a sandwich. Okay? She absolutely please God, go eat a sandwich. And right here, 2018 quote-unquote fat Ariana Grande is more attractive than fucking skinny Ariana Grande. Just being real. She looked better when she was quote-unquote fat. I don't think she was fat at all. Having an extra 10 pounds is not fat. Having an extra 20 pounds is not fat. So, Ariana, no offense, but you need to go back to 2018 at a minimum. At a minimum, you need to go back to 2018. Jesus. Anyways. That's not sexist. If you can see ribs on a man, you'd probably make them eat a sandwich as well. True. True. If I did see like an anorexic twink with a similar build, I would also make them eat a sandwich. Yep. Yeah. Doobie says someone needs to sneak lard into all of her food. You know, that was one of the funniest fucking Malcolm in the Middle episodes, was Hal is more attracted to Lois when she's bigger. And so he keeps like buying her diet food, but keeps like injecting butter into all the diet food. Yes. What about an extra 40 pounds? Different strokes for different folks. I think, there are some people who can carry. I think her name's Heather Graham. I think Heather Graham is undeniably. Nope, that's not her. Sorry, Heather Graham. Very pretty, overweight model Graham. I think her name's Graham. Yeah, this girl. What's Ashley Graham? So Ashley Graham, I'm sure if she went to the doctor, they would say, oh, you could lose like 30 pounds. You could lose 40 pounds. But like, She's definitely thick with two C's, but I'm not kicking her out of bed. You know, she's got the kind of build that, you know, she's probably going to get bigger as she gets older or whatever, but that, you know, you know, whatever. Obesity cope. Well, she is definitely obesity cope for a lot of people. A lot of people are like, I have the same height and weight as Ashley Graham, but then they're built like a bowling ball, you know? If you're built like Ashley Graham, whatever. If you're built like you know, a bowling ball, probably need to lose the weight. Internet Chud's gonna call her obese. Yeah, not me. Not me. She might even technically be obese, but you know, she carries it very well. It's sexist in perpetuating sexual body standards that appeal to olden time types. Is it? Was watching Mel Gibson's Ransom movie last night and fell in love with Lil Taylor again. She had a look. Cool. Lily Taylor? Interesting. That's not sexist if you see... Oh, that's what I already read. I used to date the skinny Italian girl, and she got all worried that she started to gain weight in college, and all it did was make her hot enough to leave me. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. Oh. Don't I know them feels? Dude, I'm so sick of character development. I don't want any more character development. I am tired of God giving me character development arcs. Can I please just have hot girlfriend? Hot, nice girlfriend? Can we just do hot, nice girlfriend arc? Do we need to do life trauma character development arcs? Can we just have hot, nice? Jesus. So, it helps when her fat goes to her ass instead of her stomach. True. Victorian era women were considered more attractive if they were chunky, if I recall. I feel like that shit's cope. Because no offense to... Like, you go check out... All right, hold up. So I'm not going to Google the Victorian art, and I'm not going to Google the, you know, like Venus and all that kind of stuff, because they're all women with a little bit of pushing for the cushion. They're a little bit of cushion for the pushing, which is, you know, Victorian era and European high art era. But if you go look at, like, World War II bomber pin-up art, this is before plastic surgery, okay? This is before plastic surgery, and this is what men were drawing, were women with wide hips, thin waists, huge cans. This is what dudes were into in 1940. You know what I'm saying? So, like this whole thing where it's like, oh... Prior to 1987, during the heroin chic era, everybody was into morbidly obese women. And it's like, probably not, you know? Probably not. If World War II bomber art is anything to go off of, there were people who were, like, naturally attractive. You know? They were just hot. And same thing with, like, Sean Connery and his girlfriend. Sean Connery beach girlfriend pic. I already Googled that one before. This is before, like, plastic surgery was, like, a huge thing. I'm sure plastic surgery did exist, and I'm sure it existed in Hollywood. But it wasn't anywhere near as common as it is now. And this lady is a fucking smoke show. I have no idea who this is, but I would chop off a body part to do their fucking laundry, you know? So, anyways, the only point that I'm trying to make is that some people cope that prior to 1992 heroin chic, everybody was into, like, morbidly obese people, and it's just not true. Pie Vance's bro, 3 out of your 4 last 5 VODs have been claimed and taken down. I've been missing so much stream as a VOD watcher. Yeah, we'll be chopping them up. Pie Van, sorry that we haven't been taking care of our VOD watchers, But what we're going to do is we're going to, I'm hiring Arthur. So with Arthur, I'm going to pay him a fee and he's going to start chopping up VODs and posting them to the channel. So should be handled. And then also, what's the other one? In order to do that, I'm going to have to eliminate all the copyright material, like the copyright material that we're just about to watch right now. So, anyways, let's listen to the song real quick in order to set the mood, and then we'll get into some content and some brain damage. So, quick chill, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got it, memberships if you got it. My parents also love you. Thank you for being here. Payday for me is in 2 days, so I am very excited. Let's go. Self-indulgence straight to video. We 100% can do some mindless self-indulgence, but you guys call me gay, and mindless self-indulgence is some of the gayest music I've ever heard. Like doing meth and banging 30 dudes gay. It's not that it's not good, it's just doing meth and banging 30 dudes gay. Fellrunner for Tens to send this to Valor for all the slurs. Okay. Fellrunner, thank you for the renewal of the membership. And thank you for the gifted. Community night, no snark, make it happen. Yeah. So, weird question / comment. Should we do... Nick? Which one's Nick? It's not Erudite's Nick. Which Nick is this? Oh, okay. It's my neighbor Nick. Okay, cool. Hi, neighbor Nick. Yeah. Sorry. I have like 2 or 3 Nicks in my life, and I was confused which Nick it was. Yeah, so mindless self-indulgence is dope, but it's very gay. Chemical Brothers is very hit or miss for me. I do love some Chemical Brothers. Some Chemical Brothers, I'm like, it's okay. And then I do love dad dancing. Dad dancing is just like white boy chud dancing from the thousands plus hip pain and neck pain. So they're very related dances. Basically a 2-step with some shoulder movement, you know? I never wanted to dance. Well, you're going to have to. You're going to have to dance. We're a whimsical people here. As much as things have been a fucking drag in reference to drama recently, the COG is typically a whimsical people. So there have been a lot of sad things, a lot of infuriating things going on recently, but the truth is that typically we're quite a whimsical people. Streamer guy, marry, fuck, kill, Beyonce, Kelly Rowland, and Michelle Williams. I would have to check out Kelly Rowland and Michelle Williams real quick. Kelly Rowland. Oh, shit. I'm probably marrying Kelly Rowland. We'll see. I'm probably killing Beyonce. Just giving you a heads up. Yeah, Kelly Rowland's pretty attractive. And then you said Michelle Williams. Let's see how hot Michelle Williams is. Is this Michelle Williams? Is this who you meant? I thought... Black Michelle Williams. Ah, there we go. So I think marry the middle one. Hold on. I think I'm marrying Kelly Rowland. I think I'm killing Michelle Williams, and I think I'm hooking up with Beyonce. Because Beyonce at her peak. Beyonce at her peak is fine. Beyonce at her peak is unbelievably attractive. So honestly, it's kind of like a tie for marriage between Beyonce and Kelly Rowland. But Beyonce Super Bowl arms. Did you guys... Oh, man. There's this, like, one picture that was crazy. And I don't think it was, like, Photoshop. It was this dance. Which it's funny that Beyonce's PR team has managed to pull down her bad pictures from this night. Beyonce Super Bowl crazy face. Okay. If you tell me that this one is fake, like if you tell me that this one is fake, then I will maybe marry Beyonce. But this one is like permanently burned into my brain. This picture is, and by the way, it's not that I don't have bad angles. It's not that I don't have, times where my muscles are weirdly flexed in different directions. It's just that it's a crazy look to unsee. Like that. I can't unsee this. So, yeah, I think I'm going to have to marry Kelly Rowland and hook up with Beyonce and then kill the other one. Because that is just, every time you shaboink, I would just be seeing that. In my mind's eye, every time I shaboinked, I would be seeing the picture on the right. All right, everybody stop being sexist. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are we evaluating Beyonce's attractiveness on stream? What are we doing here? Let's evaluate Shoeonhead's attractiveness on stream. All right, you guys ready for some psychic damage? Because I'm not.
Or perhaps the woman who foot mob attack. Wake up!
All right. Oh, I hate this. I hate this with every fiber of my being. All right, let me take a look at chat real quick. I never wanted to dance. Well, our job is to make you go. Kelly over Beyonce is crazy. Well, go look at that Beyonce picture. Tell me what's up. Rare SCOTUS W ballots can be counted if received after Election Day. Yeah, dude, SCOTUS, everybody's like, oh, the Supreme Court is going to appoint Donald Trump Hitler. And it's like, no, they're not. Gender and therefore attraction are human-created categories which do sneak different shit into them. So while some conventionally attractive females can be markers of fertility, they aren't always. True. Connor, Beyonce is the black Shakira. Prove me wrong. They have the same face. Do they? Do they? Because Shakira, I know, is fine. You hurt Destiny, by the way? Okay, well, he hurt me. How about he stops doing weird sex shit? How's that? How about it? He shows a little bit of discipline and control and stops doing weird sex shit. How about that? She looks a little bit like Jay-Z in that picture. True. Maybe I'm weird, but I just don't find Latinas attractive. I think it's because I see how they turn into SpongeBob once they hit 40. Oh, no. Dude, I did have a very attractive female Hispanic friend, and she hit what do you call Hispanic grandmas? It's not Tia. What is the name for Hispanic grandma? Abuela. So abuela. So she hit the abuela wall, like, no offense. Man, where is yeah. So it's basically this happened. And like, no offense, no offense. We're all going to hit the wall at some point. Some of us sooner than others. But she went from like dime piece to abuela in like 5 years. It was tough. It's a tough look. It's hard to believe that even if she like worked out, stopped eating so many carbs, kind of You know, maybe didn't say Miho so much. You know, it's hard to believe that she would ever escape the Abuela fucking the Abuela black hole. I'm so sorry. Why are we bullying Mexican grandmas? What happened? What happened to the stream? Carbs for the carb god. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I like older Latin American women. Yeah, I love Salma Hayek. I love Penelope Cruz. Penelope Cruz and Salma Hayek are fucking beautiful, but they didn't abuela out, you know? Reban Ruben for 2 says not trying to hit the... I'm not finishing that. Yo, that is a wild sentence. That is a wild sentence. So, tortillas for the tortilla throne. Carbs for the carb god. Tortillas for the tortilla throne. Yes, Gloria from Modern Family. Yes, Sofia Vergara. Yeah, she's incredible. So, yeah. Ariel Winter. Oh, yeah. Ariel Winter is very pretty as well. She's an adult now. I can say that. So, anyways. All right. Let's stop picking on Mexican grandmas. Let's pick on a New York Jewish coded emo girl from the 2000s. Anyways. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I'm trying to be a rhino. I'm trying to be a Republican who is honest, has integrity, nuance, and objectives. And I got Shoeonhead today. Shoeonhead is a weird character. She's one of the few anti-social justice warriors that actually survived the past decade. After being a liberal, a radical liberal who hated leftists for a long time, I swear to God, she's become a national Bolshevik. I know people don't like that I say that, but I think it's true. She hangs out with like far rightoids and far leftoids, and the only thing that she cares about is like social services. She's the lefties call it a class reductionist. She doesn't care about the gays. She doesn't care about the transes. She doesn't care about any of that kind of shit. She just cares about the state seizing authoritarian power in order to redistribute wealth to the working class. So in my opinion, she actually has become a Nazbol. She did marry a traditional Catholic guy. I think they have a kid at this point, right? And then she still does social commentary. This one is he was white, he deserved it. And if I had to take a guess, it's going to be covering Carmelo Anthony, finding people saying obnoxious shit that makes us all want to kill ourselves, and then doing a moderate amount of political and current event commentary. So, let's take a look.
Wake up, maggot! It's time for your annual race war! Oh, you didn't want to be in a race war? Well, too bad. You're in one! Your skin color is your uniform, soldier. Black people on this side, white people on this side, Italians... We'll figure it out later. Attention! Which one of you lily lickers mixed the white Monster Energy with the Kool-Aid pineapples? How many times do I have to tell you? No mixin'. Now get suited up, soldier. You're heading into your first battle. The comment section of a Nick Fuentes Instagram reel. Godspeed. Hello, and welcome to another episode of I am your host, Shoeonhead. You may know me as Timu Boxy, or perhaps the woman who footmogged Hassan Piker. Thank you. Thank you. I know a few of you have come here from that last video, so hello, new friends, and old friends, please say hello to the new friends. Do not scare them away. One of the biggest things that happened when I was gone was the conclusion to the Carmelo Anthony trial. Now, for those of you who are unaware, for those of you who have no idea what has been going on, don't worry about it, kid. No, but what happened was last year during a Texas high school track meet, Carmelo Anthony, a 19-year-old student, and Austin Metcalf, a 17-year-old student, got into a heated dispute after Carmelo entered Austin's tent, which was like a rivalry school's tent. An argument followed, and then allegedly Carmelo said, "Touch me and see what happens," and so Austin shoved him, and Carmelo pulled a knife out, and yeah. Austin then passed away in his brother's arms. Court argued that that use of force with a knife was completely unjustified, that a single shove did not justify a deadly response. During the trial, jurors listened to witnesses' accounts of the events, reviewed video evidence, and after a few days, the jury found Carmelo Anthony guilty, and he was sentenced to 35 years in prison. And everyone accepted that outcome because they understand how the law works and they respect our justice system.
Let's stop the video there. All right, hold up. Let's see if we can pull something out of this already. There is, especially in Texas, especially in Florida, there are stand your ground laws, which effectively means that if you're not the aggressor, you don't have the duty to retreat. So if somebody walks up to you and they start talking shit, and they're like, "Fuck you, I'm going to kill you," you don't have to turn around and run away because they're already the aggressor. Now, it's hard to argue that you're not the aggressor. Let's presume that all the facts as laid out by Shoeonhead are accurate. If you go into a rival school's tent, you are asked to leave multiple times, you refuse to leave, then once shoved out of the tent, you stab someone in the chest. It's very difficult to like paint yourself as the victim. And yet, if you checked out Twitter immediately after the event, if you checked out any social media commentary, if you checked out any lefty YouTubers, they were trying to articulate some kind of like self-defense narrative. And then they were also trying to appeal to, basically Florida and Texas having stand your ground laws. Here's another facet of this as well. So one of them was a minor, one of them was 19 years old. So 19 years old, he's an adult, which means that he has more capacity to carry weapons, right? But at the same time, you're prohibited from carrying weapons at school events. So for instance, if you concealed carry at a school and a law enforcement officer finds out that you have a weapon, regardless of whether or not you intended to use that weapon for any nefarious purpose, not only can you be incarcerated, you can be looking at serious fucking time. So Carmelo Anthony bringing a knife to a school event, going into a rival team's tent, starting an argument, and then stabbing someone to death, that was going to be a very difficult self-defense case to make. And I'm actually kind of happy that it's been vindicated since then that the self-defense claims were dubious at best.
Haha.
Carmelo! Say his name! Carmelo! Say his name! Carmelo!
Only good cracker is a dead cracker. Only good cracker is a dead cracker.
That's a little spicy, don't you think?
I don't have an opinion. I don't have an opinion here.
These kinds of face-to-face, emotion-rising, shouting matches really do no good.
In this video, we are going to discuss the insane reactions to the Carmelo Anthony trial, read some tweets, watch some TikToks, as well as debunk a bunch of misinformation because I am just tired of seeing the same ridiculous, regurgitated talking points repeated ad nauseum by hundreds and thousands of people just believing it as gospel, hyping themselves up into a race war. No, I am not kidding. That is how bad it is getting. Growing up, I was always told
The 19-year-old was the perpetrator, not the victim.
Not to judge people based on their appearance, that it didn't matter what gender you were, what your sexuality was, didn't matter if you were short or tall or fat or thin. I was always told that skin color was not important, and it's not. But you know what is important? Your skin's health.
Oh, god damn it. Good segue, Shoe. Good segue, you son of a bitch. True Zealot says, True Zealot is requesting on Discord to be unbanned from YouTube chat so that he might engage with you in one guy stuff. That's up to you. If you're capable of doing it, you can do it. Otherwise, you can remind me after stream. Kyle Rittenhouse won this way. Oh, I'm gonna Do you think that... Ah! 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 Do you think there's a substantive difference between going and standing in a public place where open carry is allowed and open carrying and then someone attacking you unprompted? Do you think there's a difference between that and walking up and shit-talking people? So as an example, if Kyle Rittenhouse had gone into the protesting crowd and said, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, you can't make me leave, touch me and see what happens, and then somebody grabbed him and then he shot that person to death, I'm just going to go ahead and assert that there is a substantial moral difference. Okay? Oh my God.
So, before we get into the video, let's quickly give a shout out to today's sponsor, Henson Shaving. Have you not just rather moisture, but supposed to check out Henson, care your skin. These folks playing. They found him guilty so fast right before Juneteenth. These folks playing in our faces. Carmelo's only crime was not allowing himself to get beat down by a white man. Carmelo will get out of prison. That boy ain't getting out of the grave if he kept his hands.
All right, let's, I appreciate her posting some of the stats. Sorry, this is one of the things that's mad annoying to me during segments where we're looking to Twitter. I see some of the dumbest fucking shit getting thousands of likes. So pretending that anybody's opinion on Twitter fucking matters at all is already cope right there. But I do appreciate her. There's like 108,000 views on one of them. One of them actually has the likes and the replies. Whenever somebody doesn't post the likes and replies on a particularly shitty tweet, I actually do get pretty sus on that person. Horse God for 5 says, Carmelo and Chud the Chaser are both uncomfortably similar. Yeah, Chud the Chaser, or it's Chud the Builder, right? But Chud the Chaser allegedly hooked up with some trans girls or something like that. So, Chud was running around with a concealed pistol, then instigating fights by saying racial slurs. Then when somebody stepped to him, I think he shot him. So yeah, you can't be running around, you can't be the aggressor and then claim self-defense. That's not how, even in the reddest of red states, you cannot be the aggressor and claim self-defense. So...
shall we? They found him guilty so fast right before Juneteenth. These folks playing in our faces. Carmelo's only crime was not allowing himself to get beat down.
See, and this is where I'm going to accuse Shoeonhead of fucking suicide fuel. Like, let me go find suicide fuel for white men and let me go ahead and make a fucking YouTube video out of it. Because Carmelo's only crime was not allowing himself to get beat down by a white man. No likes, no retweets, no comments. So if this thing got ratio to shit, let's say that it got like 50 likes and it got like 10,000 fucking, comments, then obviously this isn't a popular opinion. I'm not saying that this isn't a popular opinion. I'm sure there's plenty of stupid shit on fucking Twitter, but this gets like, it gets my hackles up. It makes me worry that you're getting fucking played with suicide fuel bullshit. Grassroots for 10 says, one of the greatest Stitch and Adam moments was Carl Benjamin in response to Vosh asking, what do you do if 1,000 communists try and kill you at a protest? And Carl just says, reload, broken clock, so on and so forth. Yeah, that's... Hey, Sargon can have a banger every now and then. Apparently it's only like 2 per decade, but that one's a banger.
By a white man. Carmelo will get out of prison. That boy ain't getting out of the grave.
See, and right here is where I'm appreciative of the metrics, because you got 916 retweets. That's fucked up. You got 7.2 thousand likes. Let's be real, shitload of them are bots. We got 1,000 comments though, right? So 1,000 people, like half of them are probably saying, ha, 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 ha. Half of them are probably like, fuck you.
If he kept his hands to himself, he'd still be enjoying his white privilege today. White people are not victims of racism. You can't be a victim of a system you created. Hey 23-year-old white guy who can't find a job and still lives with your parents, did you know you created the entire system we're in right now, and therefore it's totally acceptable to hate you and be racist towards you? This is the same stupid shit they say to men like, oh, you created the patriarchy. Like, who the f are you talking about? Joe Schmo working at Chipotle didn't create shit. The system isn't benefiting white people at all. It's not benefiting anyone except the rich and powerful. The racism equals
Oh my god. Now I have to say lefty bullshit. That class reductionist, national bullshit, Bolshevik, national bullshit fucking talking points. Okay. I'm gonna say something for my black brothers and sisters, okay? If I pull over, because I used to be in law enforcement, if I pull over white stoner kids who are 17 years old and the car reeks like marijuana and they're giggling up a fucking storm and they're being goofy, the chances of me feeling threatened are quite low. And I'll just go ahead and admit that I let a substantial amount of people who were smoking marijuana in the car, you know, off with like a traffic infraction, right? But if I have young black men who are hostile to law enforcement and it smells like marijuana, same situation, 17 to 19 years old, marijuana in the car, well, the reason why I might be a little bit more hostile to a young black male is, let's be real, it's because he was being rude. That's why. But the reason why he's being rude is because he's assuming that I'm pulling him over and I'm going to fuck him over for a drug charge, which didn't always happen, by the way. But at the same time, there's obviously an antagonism between law enforcement and young black males and law enforcement and young white males, and they are different categorically. Okay? So just taking the entire concept of there's no difference between like white men and black men and their interactions with law enforcement in the education system is fucking dumb as fuck. It's very dumb. It's wildly fucking stupid. Obviously. Wow, I'm glad to hear you were a shitty cop when it came to black people. Well, it depends on how fucking rude you were, to be honest. I think, for me, I think the variable was, like, you know, aggression more than it was race. But, just as an example, there was this guy, young black dude, and unfortunately he was a meth head. Being a black meth head is not great for your future prospects. So, I'm gonna virtue signal about how nice I was as a cop in reference to this black meth head. So, one day I got a report of a dude racing through traffic. Hey, I got a dash cam. And so what I did is I went and I took the report, and it was like a blue Ford Focus with a red door. Okay? Blue Ford Focus with a red door, and it was like careening through traffic, 20 miles over the speed limit, all this horse shit, totally driving like a fucking asshole, right? And so, I am running traffic probably about 2 weeks later, and I see a blue Ford Focus doing about maybe 7 to 10 miles an hour over the fucking speed limit, and I'm like, oh, I get to go talk to this guy, okay? And so I go light him up, I pull him over, and he is freaking the fuck out. He's like, dude, you guys are always harassing me, you're fucking with me, you know, I gotta get to work, I gotta do this, I gotta do that, my life fucking sucks, you know? My girlfriend's a bitch, like, I don't have enough money, everything fucking sucks, and like, so I really could have, and I'm not kidding you, based off of this guy's like energy and how fucking freaked the fuck out he is and how big of a dickhead he was, I really could have just ripped him out of the fucking car. I really could have just like, all right, hey buddy, you're coming with me. Fuck you. You're fucking blop. And then I could have hit him for the reckless driving that I had on dash cam, and I could have hit him for fucking resisting without because he didn't want to give me his driver's license. And basically he was being a rude, aggressive piece of shit, right? And instead, I was like, hey man, calm your fucking tits. Let's relax a little bit. About 2 weeks ago, you were speeding like a motherfucker through traffic. The reason why I pulled you over was because you were going over 7 to 10 right now. I understand life's fucking hard right now. Let me run your fucking information, see if you got any warrants. If you don't have any fucking warrants, I'll let you go. But I'm here to tell you you are fucking up. And basically, if you keep going the way that you're going, you're going to end up in fucking jail. Right? And so, I call it in. Lucky for me, by the way. Lucky for him, too. He didn't have anything active. And so, as a result of him not having anything active, I was able to let him go. Okay? Running your mouth to cops shouldn't be punishable. Yeah, but not giving your ID during a traffic infraction is 100% punishable. Not you as a privilege of driving in the state of Florida, you are supposed to have your license, your registration, and your proof of insurance. And if you are caught violating a traffic infraction and refuse to produce those documents, you 100% at minimum can get cited. And if you start resisting, then you can 100% go to fucking jail. So, being under the influence, it's hard to test meth. So anyways, what I'm saying is that antagonism, that hatred, in my opinion, between young black males and law enforcement is an antagonism that I think we should resolve as a society. We should resolve it by teaching young black men traffic laws. No offense. Some young black men very much suck at traffic laws. We should educate young black men on drug laws because some young black men love to flagrantly violate drug laws. But then we should also teach law enforcement officers. There was this guy at the academy, and I fucking love this teacher. I forget his name, but he was an incredibly good guy. He said, the way you interact with every member of the public should be the way that you interact with like a member of your family. So let's say that you had a drunk uncle who was like starting a fist fight at your family reunion. Yeah, you might have to go jack him up. You might have to go restrain him. You might have to go put your hands on him. But once the fight is over, you need to dust yourself off. You need to dust off your fucking family member, and you need to go do what you need to do. So I've seen, because of this built up antagonism between the black community and law enforcement, I've seen law enforcement basically antagonize black folk, and I've seen black folk antagonize fucking law enforcement. And it's a vicious fucking cycle. Almost called the goon squad on that guy. I might have had to. If I had jammed that guy up, let's say he had like an active warrant and I actually took him to jail, he was so angry, I might have needed to call corrections officers in order to assist me with removing him from the car. Because he was that fucking amped up. So, but lucky for him and lucky for me, he didn't have any obvious signs of doing drugs besides being aggravated. And you can be aggravated in a traffic stop without drugs. Lucky for me, there was no signs of obvious drug paraphernalia in his car. There was no obvious signs of alcohol in his car. Lucky for me and for him, he didn't have any active warrants. So, Anyways, took 10 minutes. But all I'm trying to articulate is that if you deny the existence of, like, I don't know, different relations between black folk and white folk in reference to law enforcement and education, I think you're a dipshit. Took us a while. but we've got there.
Prejudice plus power bullshit really one-shotted these people, huh? Only a black child can be minding their business, get ambushed, bullied, and pushed around and become the aggressor for protecting himself. What? He was quite literally not minding his own business. He was in a rival's team tent and was asked to leave like a dozen times. Witnesses say he started escalating it into a fight and then stabbed someone in the fucking heart. That's not minding your business. Why did they hire that horrible lawyer? Had to be the worst defense in history. Absolutely no reason Carmelo shouldn't have testified. We gotta do better with who we hire to represent us. Plenty of black lawyers in Texas. His family raised like $1 million on GoFundMe and then blew it all on a new house and a fucking Cadillac. So then they had to get a public defender. That baby was sentenced to 35 years? I love the community note. That murderer was sentenced to 35 years. Black people, please carry more than a pocket knife. Get their asses before they can get you. What the hell?
Let's see if we got any metrics on this. Okay, but this is just rage bait and fucking suicide fuel, in my opinion. This is rage bait and fucking suicide fuel. Okay? Black people, please carry more than a pocket knife. Get their asses before they get you. 141,000 views. So we should have some good metrics on this, right? Shoeonhead. Where's the likes? Where's the comments? Where's the retweets? I would love to see it. Okay. This is some of the worst fucking advice I've ever heard. If you think you're going to fucking jail or prison, well, going to prison now. If you think you're going to prison for fucking stabbing somebody, you're 100% going to prison for bringing a gun to a school track meet, going into the other team's tent, talking shit, being asked to leave, and then gunning down somebody who's talking shit to you and fucking pushes you out. You're 100% going to prison. So this person is a dipshit. So Shoeonhead, my question is, does the internet recognize this guy as a dipshit? Did this get like fucking ratioed to hell? Or is this a common, well-liked sentiment? Okay. Yeah, 140k views is obviously a lot of fucking views. But did it get ratioed? That's my question. There are plenty of fucking tweets that are wildly unpopular that get tons of views.
Please carry more than a pocket knife. Get their asses before they can get you. What the hell do you mean, get their asses before they can get you? That's literally what Carmelo did. He got Austin's ass. He killed him. Why the fuck are they acting like Carmelo was the one who died? 35 years on your first offense is over sentencing. Yeah, there has to be a retrial. This is blatant injustice. First offense. And the offense in question is murder. Your Honor, it was only his first murder. 35 years ago, killing a Nazi got you a Purple Heart, but now that a German American is president, it gets you a life sentence. All white people deserve no mercy. Now Austin Metcalf, a 17-year-old, is a Nazi because he was white. Also, 35 years ago... Does this dude think World War II was in 1991? Black Americans, arm yourselves. This country is officially a terrorist state of white supremacists. You have no reason to abide by or follow any more laws in this country. Law enforcement and these politicians are all terrorists. Let it all fall. Time for judgment. Just as I suspected. Schizophrenia. I recommend logging the f*** off. Do these people just live?
True. Fair. And by the way, all this stuff, like the way that I view this, maybe I'm being a paternalistic racist or whatever. The way I view this, though, is venting. Because if these people truly believed it, they would be carrying small arms. They would be getting into gunfights with cops. We would have stats similar to like the 60s and 70s Black Panther fucking movement. And yet, it doesn't seem like we actually have a correlated amount of real world action compared to this amount of shit talking on fucking Twitter. I think this shit is cope. I think it's venting. I think it's cringe. I think it's gay. I think it's fucking lame. And I think if you follow any of the advice that we just heard of like, get armed, don't follow the laws, get the white people before they get you, you are going to get incarcerated. You are going to get smoked. Just like free fucking advice, okay? I think that like 200 law enforcement officers die in the United States every single year. How many law enforcement officers died in 2025? And a third of them, by the way, are like heart attack a third of them are heart attack, a third of them are car accidents, a third of them are homicides. So 34 officers killed in vehicles, 33 officers died from heart attacks or other health-related issues. And it was 111 officers. Dude, 111 for a country of 330 million. And I'm not trying to say that, like, you know, law enforcement officers don't see, like, wild shit. Obviously, they do see wild shit, and wild shit does happen. And you don't want to be one of the 44 people who gets fucking gunned down. You don't want to be one of the 34 people that dies in a car accident, although it happens. You don't want to be the person who has a fucking heart attack on the job, right? But at the same time, like, in a country of 330 million, this is almost nothing, right? And what was the other thing? How many people were killed by law enforcement, by police in 2025? Like, our KD ratio is fucking 1,314. Okay, so let's go ahead and check out American law enforcement's KD stats for 2025. 1 second. 44 officers died from gunfire. 1,314 divide by 44. No, divide, not multiply. 1,314 divide by 44. 29. Okay? Law enforcement officers have a 29-1 KD ratio. You dipshits in chat get fucking excited when you're at 2.2. Okay? A 29-1 KD ratio. Okay? So, let's just be real here. All these people fucking talking shit on Twitter are dumb as fuck. And not only that, they'll get you killed. Rodney Hobbs says, did anyone ask for these numbers? More numbers I don't care about? Take a fucking lap, Rodney Hobbs. Here's 30 minutes. Dude, you and fucking nameless henchmen competing for the most annoying fucking chatters. First, you spend all day fucking Friday bitching about how you should be able to have sex with dead chickens. And then now you're fucking you're in my fucking chat being like, I don't care about law enforcement homicide statistics, even though it's directly related to the content we're talking about. If you don't like the content, I'm going to show you guys this, okay? It's going to be fucking amazing. Look right here. So I'm on Google Chrome, but I'm sure whatever browser you have has a similar thing. So in the top left up here, there's a back button, okay? So if you're watching on desktop, okay? If you're watching on desktop, here's the back button. Oh, Connor's talk about things I don't care about. Watch this. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna do an even bigger demonstration. I'm gonna go to Valor Media Network real quick. Let's take a look. Valor Media Network. I'm gonna role play as Rodney Hobbs real quick. The kind of role play that we can tolerate. You know what? Connor's talking about something that I don't give a shit about. And I don't want to be part of the 50 people that are currently watching him. Wow. And then you go over here. There's this YouTube button up here. You click here. And then you scroll. And you go watch something else. It's fucking hard as shit. Like, for some of you, it's hard as fuck for some of y'all. But anyways. Moving.
In a completely different reality, a guy gets put in prison for murder, and they're like, wow, what's the point of even following the law anymore? Having a black son gotta be the tops of fears. I'm going insane. It was the white son that was murdered. Why are they acting like the black son was murdered? Why are you scared of having a black son in this context? Oh, I'm so scared my son will stab someone and go to jail one day. Like, what? What? It's only self-defense when a black kid dies. Literally, multiple witnesses, including black witnesses, including Carmelo's own friends, said that Carmelo was the aggressor in the situation. Also, just in general, murder is not the acceptable punishment for a shove, for a push. That's not how that works. 50,000 likes on that bullshit, by the way. 50,000 people saw that and were like, hell yeah. Black kids are the only kids who can't afford to make mistakes without dire consequences. Your Honor, it was a mistake. My client did a little oopsie poopsie, a little fucky wucky ooh woo, if you will. Black people are held to a higher standard than every other race. We are expected to be perfect, while others are given grace, excuses, and— Hey, stop. Just a reminder that this is all in context of the Carmelo Anthony situation. So the held to a higher standard, in this case, the higher standard of do not stab people.
Commit to the bit, Connor. Show them how to shut your computer off.
I'm sorry, okay, go on. One mistake by a black person gets used to judge an entire community. Oops, I fell and my knife accidentally stabbed your heart.
Austin fell onto Carmelo's knife trying to attack him because the knife is 3.5 inches. The cut was only 2.
I'm crashing out. I'm crashing the f*** out. Please let the next one be somewhat rational. Y'all gentlemen are so f***ing dumb. Y'all really thought that he was gonna get away with stabbing that kid to death. I can tell a lot of you were raised by hoes. Finally, a normal, sane person. A strong black father tells you early that you can't get away with the same shit whites do. Oh god damn it, had me in the first half. When do white people get away with stabbing? What is this? Where do these people live? Earth 2! Culture. When you get—
Yep. And I'm just going to bring this up just because it popped into my head while we were doing it. Do you guys remember that shotgun kill a few years back? There was that young black gentleman who went into a construction site, and then when confronted by neighbors, he ran away. And then the neighbors confronted him with a shotgun. And the young black male ran up to the guy with the shotgun and tried to wrestle it out of his hands, and then got a fucking 9 pellets of buckshot to his chest and died. And I'm pretty sure that the arguments for being aggressive while still claiming self-defense, like, oh, I was a concerned citizen, I'm not a murderer, I just was a concerned citizen who confronted what I suspected to be a burglar, blah-bitty-blah-bitty-blah-bitty-blah, and then I killed him. I'm pretty sure that guy caught some serious fucking time. What was the, jogger killed with shotgun in Georgia? Was it Georgia? Yeah, Arbery. Ahmaud Arbery. State charges. After widespread public outcry, the GBI took over the case in November 2021. A jury found all 3 men guilty of felony murder, aggravated assault, and false imprisonment in criminal attempt to commit a felony. They were sentenced to life in prison. Life in prison. Okay? In February of 22, the men were also convicted of federal hate crimes, specifically for using violence to intimidate and interfere with Arbery because of his race and for attempted kidnapping. A federal judge sentenced Travis and Gregory McMichael to life in prison plus additional years and sentenced William Bryan to 35 years in federal prison. So I know that my audience members of black nationalists who think that white people get away with murdering black folk for shits and giggles is probably pretty fucking low. But I just want to point out that we have I don't know if it's like a similar situation. I don't know if it's similar at all. But we have a situation where 3 white dudes chased down a black dude. They were the aggressors because they initiated contact. They tried to detain him. This guy fought back, got killed, and all 3 of these dudes caught life. So that, I mean, if Carmelo Anthony is in fucking jail or prison for what he did, and these guys are in jail or prison for what they did, do you have an example where a white dude just got away with shooting a black guy? Because Kyle Rittenhouse shot white people. So you can't say Kyle Rittenhouse.
Get called for jury duty, do that shit. Make sure you do your part in serving justice. Every black defendant in every court everywhere is Carmelo Anthony. Every black defendant in every court everywhere is Carmelo Anthony. Every black defendant in every court case everywhere is a murderer. Are you sure that's what you want to go with? I love how he's basically like, go do jury duty so you can go blindly support any black person regardless of what they did. What the like, I don't support every white person. Some of you are dumb. What's wild?
Trayvon Martin. Interesting. Interesting. Now, I think that well, I do think George Zimmerman is a pussy because he basically was walking around doing neighborhood watch. I think because there weren't any cameras, it did become like he said, and there was nobody else alive or around to witness it. So a he said, the other guy's dead said, where allegedly, at least according to George Zimmerman, he lost Trayvon in the houses, and then Trayvon came back to beat his ass. And I think he did have blood on his face, and I think he did have signs of his head being slammed into pavement. So, that is interesting because you can at least make the argument that an aggressor, because George Zimmerman was walking around playing fucking community watch cop with a concealed weapons permit, that's closer. That's closer. It's not perfect, but it's closer. Do I claim George Zimmerman? No. No, I don't. He's a white Hispanic gentleman. And on top of that, what I would say is you should not solely rely on your gun. You know? You shouldn't solely rely on your gun. If you're carrying a gun, but you don't know how to fucking throw hands, it's probably not good. Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to see George Zimmerman injury photos? Yeah, so he got a busted nose, and he got scrapes on the back of his skull from his head being allegedly scratched and hit into the ground. So, Yeah. The South Park episode, I remember that. Okay, Andy B says Zimmerman wasn't even white. By the way, he is Hispanic. You understand that, like, there are white Hispanics, right? The Costa system. I've been over this before. I'll go over it again. So, Spaniards. Let's take a look at Spaniards. Believe it or not, Hispanics are descended from Spaniards. And Spaniards are Mediterranean Europeans. So, I would consider a Mediterranean European a white. Like, are Italians white? Kind of. These people are white, and these people are Spaniards, right? And then with the Costa system, there are Hispanics who are like Castizo, meaning they've mixed with indigenous people. There's, like black folk and all that kind of stuff. Do you mean Arabs 2.0? That is so rude. You are so rude. But anyways, with the Costa system, the point is that a Español con India, so a Spanish person with a Native American, is a mestizo, and a mestizo con Española, so a mixed race person of Spanish and Indian descent mixing with a Spanish person, is called a castizo. So Zimmerman is clearly a German last name. So just because somebody has just because somebody is Hispanic doesn't mean they can't be white. You know what I'm saying? I know we presume that all Hispanic people are some kind of like swarthy brown, but that's not always true unless you consider all Mediterraneans to be swarthy. See? I'm trying to increase your racial sensitivity so you can be a better racist. Fuentes is a gay-controlled opposition guy. Why would I care about his input? Because he's funny. Old School for 2 says, now explain Catherine Zeta-Jones. She's Welsh. I'll explain Catherine Zeta-Jones. Catherine Zeta-Jones is just hot. How about that? How about I don't care what Catherine Zeta-Jones is? Because Catherine Zeta-Jones is just an attractive lady. Zorro. I think I said that earlier in the day I would chop off a body part for a certain woman. If I met Catherine Zeta-Jones when she was 30 or 40, however old she was, in The Mask of Zorro, I would chop off a body part in order to hang out with Catherine Zeta-Jones when she was in The Mask of Zorro. So, anyways, just in case you were wondering how attractive I thought Catherine Zeta-Jones was.
This wasn't even like a cop kills black guy thing where like there might be some debate about like police brutality and over policing and things like that. No, this was just straight up a black kid stabbed a white kid and they're losing their minds because he's going to prison over it. Fascinating.
Carmelo Anthony had been white, not only would he have not been convicted, there'd have never been charges. The only reason Carmelo Anthony was convicted was because we are a broken fucking bigoted country and Carmelo Anthony was black.
Wow, thanks for the input, gay Colonel Sanders. I fucking hate the Yellowstone hicklib bit. Oh, I'm a big tough country cowboy. Y'all better not say damn slurs around here. Yeehaw! Wow, just freaking wow.
Alright, I agree with that one.
Disgusting. This is not justice. This is trying to make an example. Dear white people, don't let this verdict fool you. You'll still get fucked up playing the Austin games. Don't let this verdict of a guy who stabbed someone fool you. You're still gonna get stabbed. What? Strong suspicion that a lot of pro-Carmelo stuff I see here is some psyop. Bro. This is what I tried to tell myself for like 6 years about the online left. It's all a CIA psyop from the billionaires to make leftism look as unappealing as possible to the working class. Bro. Of course an all-white jury found a black boy guilty for defending himself. Fuck you racist white pieces of
Okay. I'm gonna fast forward 5 to 10 because I get it. Alright, there's plenty of dumb people on the internet. Stop sending your kids to these race schools. Sure. Why not there? Let's do that. Let's skip 5 minutes of fucking race baiting. All right. Part of the reason why I wanted to do this was just because we hadn't done a Shoeonhead segment in a while, and obviously I dislike her politics because I think they're national Bolshevik bullshit. But also, I do want to point out like the slop of finding Twitter bullshit and then being like, hey, look, all these people on Twitter hate white people. 1.1 million people sat here and listened to 20 minutes of reading dog shit takes from Twitter. Holy shitballs.
fools.
Oh, stop sending your kids to these black schools. Definitely a white supremacist.
Oh, I'm sorry. The tweet is stop sending your kids to these white schools. And it came from the account Dapper Domo, who is black. You know what that means? That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Into the pit! Stop bringing non-black people into black spaces. Teach your kids to defend themselves by any means possible. Keep your black kids in black spaces as much as possible. Keep your black children away from these devils.
If we had segregation still, none of this would have happened.
Okay, that one hurt.
He wouldn't have had no interactions with any white boy because we would have been in an all-black school.
We are going to reverse engineer segregation, aren't we? But wokely. We don't want those evil white people drinking out of the same water fountain as us, am I right? Honestly, my honest, real opinion about this, my hot take of the video, everybody, here it comes. Lukewarm, microwaved, 4-day-old mac and cheese take, here it comes. If they want to go make their own, like, all-black schools, all-black towns, they should be allowed to. Go for it. Black people want to go create Wakanda? they should be able to. But white people should be allowed to create Agartha. If people want to...
Sorry for laughing. God damn it. There's a guy doing that, right? White separatist HOA community group builds whites only. The return to the land settlement is a contemporary example of this movement. Is a 160-acre development called Return to the Land, established in Ozark Mountains near Ravenden, Arkansas. The off-grid community was founded by Eric Orwell. Return to the Land settlement. Listen, I think you should be able to do this. I just think that we should be able to make fun of you. That's my only thing. Like, I don't have a problem with you doing it. Having some HOA where you have like prohibitedly, I don't know how this is enforced, like private or public or whatever. But I'll have a problem with you doing it. But I'm gonna make fun of you on the internet. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair deal.
Willingly segregate themselves, they should be allowed to go ahead and do that. Deadass, who cares? Everyone else can live in a desegregated society. They can go have their ethnostates. But you know, there's only one side that will not be able to do that. I always wondered though, let's say they do make a white ethnostate.
Except for we actually just saw that there is a off-grid white settlement.
What counts as white? Because 100 years ago, I would not have counted as white. I'm Ellis Island mystery meat, you know this. Is there like a one drop rule? Do they like whip out the eye chart at the gate and they're like, ah yes, A10s, you may enter. Is Brittany Venti allowed in the white ethnostate? Honestly, she's like an honorary Aryan at this point. She white mogs me. Anyway, we are getting distracted. Where were we? Ah yes, hell. We were in hell. I'm black. I haven't stabbed anyone in the chest after being asked to leave a tent. I'm not in prison, I'm free. It's not hard to not commit a crime. Listen, I appreciate the sentiment here, but how did we get to a point where this is like a breath of fresh air? Let's check the replies. Hopefully people are agreeing. Shut your hoe ass up. Emmett Till didn't commit a crime either. What happened to him? You're not black. You're not black. You're a boy, you ain't black. You may be black, but you ain't black. Yes, because being black is supporting all black people everywhere regardless of what they have done. All the normal black people are just called like pick-me's. They're called pick-me's for having a brain and not going along with this race grievance bullshit. Every time like they speak out about this, they're just called the C word, you know what I mean? The term for this animal. Is that a slur? Like, I know what that's like to a degree. Granted, it's over me making fun of like women on TikTok, but like I know what it's like watching people in your community act like fucking morons. I feel you, my brothers. Oh my god. Editor. Edit that out. Edit that out. By the way, if you want an uncensored, uncucked version of this video and all the videos a day early, sign up to be a member on my Patreon. Link down below. All Patreon members get the uncensored, uncucked version. You can hear me say fucking shit and Anyway, let's get back to the video. Oh my god.
This is a racist ass country. We're in a racist ass state. This is a racist ass court. There ain't nothing else to talk about.
First of all, I forgot what I was gonna say. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I was staring at her titties the whole time. Those are giant titties. Just left the courthouse and any white person can get it for real. I don't give a fuck it. Dig Austin Metcalf up and stab his ass again. Apparently a bunch of people on TikTok are doing the Austin Bop, where they dance to a song made about Austin Metcalf's murder while reenacting the stabbing.
Austin Bop, knife had blood on the tip when he dropped. How the fuck you gonna stop me? Going out back, Marlo out the box.
They were also making AI photos of themselves pissing on Austin's grave. You know, I was always told not to judge people by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. And boy, am I judging these people by the content of their character. What the f***? These people are freaks. Martin Luther King Jr. would be rolling in his grave looking at all this. Carmelo Anthony, a black teenager, has been sentenced to 35 years in prison after being convicted by a jury with no black jurors. Oh god, here we go again. No black jurors. Who is this moron? Who is this idiot? Oh! Martin Luther King Jr.'s daughter. One.
It's all so tiresome. It's all so tiresome. Grassroots says, to be fair, Arkansas already is a whites-only settlement very organically. If a black person drives through Arkansas, they get vitiligo. Damn. Doobie for 10 says, from Solidus, he was minding his own business, staying out of the sun when two 6', 220-pound football players accosted him. He told them to leave him alone, then they assaulted him. Self-defense, in my opinion. Okay, listen. Listen. The only way that I remain chill is by specifically shitting on and making fun of these kinds of people. And I'm not saying black folk. I'm saying these kinds of fucking dipshits who think that, like, if you actually look at the evidence, but then you cope past it, then, by the way, 70% of the human population is like this. But if you cope past the evidence, then fuck you, right? So let's say Bernice King sits down and she actually looks at the Carmelo Anthony trial. She sees a young black man walk into the tent, start a verbal altercation with somebody, be asked to leave repeatedly, doesn't leave, gets shoved, and then stabs somebody to death. And then she's like, nah, he didn't do anything wrong. Then at that point, I think you're a coping fucking dipshit. And this is part of the reason why I would like to revoke the franchise for people who can't pass a basic citizenship test. Because maybe Bernice King could pass a basic citizenship test. But a whole bunch of people who think like her, in this hypothetical, wouldn't be able to. They just wouldn't be able to because they actually do not have the ability to consume information, digest information, retain information, and then fill out a new test. Now, is this going to hit different communities differently? Absolutely. But will there be white trash that is taken out as well as a result of this improved standard? 100%. 100%. There will be Appalachian white trash who will be incapable of consuming information, digesting information, and then filling out information on a multiple choice test. And so as a result, I would seriously I would like to increase voting standards in the United States of America. If we started out as a white property owning males are the only people allowed to vote in the 19th century, I think that actually having a voting test that is objectively administered to every demographic group inside the United States, I think that is perfectly fine. Holy shitballs. Yeah. Irrelevant supported Carmelo Anthony, and I left his community after that. That sucks. Did he support him after the court case came out, or was it like before, back when people were still asserting self-defense? Because weirdly enough, Tim Pool of all people was making like weird contrarian self-defense arguments. So, yeah, Irrelevant isn't a crazy person. I would expect him to be able to articulate why. I'm assuming he bought into some of the self-defense bullshit. So, I think young men are prideful and don't back down, but if Austin wanted him to leave, he should have gotten a teacher. Sure, but should pushing someone get you stabbed to death? That feels like, that feels a little victim blamey there, Ranger Nation. It feels a little victim blamey there. Doobie says he was already in the tent when they got there. Austin's brothers started the verbal altercation. They had no right to kick him out. Bullets picked the wrong one. Bullies picked the wrong one? Now I need to go read your previous chat. From Solidus, he was minding his business, staying out of the sun when two 6', 220-pound football players accosted him. He told them to leave him alone. Then they assaulted him. Self-defense, in my opinion. Oh. Oh, I didn't realize that was in reference to Carmelo Anthony. Okay, well, I'm just going to go ahead and say a jury of 12 disagrees with you. And I trust the jury to make, like, to have more access to the information than all of us. So, anyways. Yeah, is Doobie actually supporting Carmelo, or is he being dubious? I have no idea. I swear to God, sometimes Doobie just says shit to upset me. I swear to God, he just fucks with me sometimes. I'm not even going to try to figure out that one.
Wonderful, awesome. I'm done. It's been a good 12 years, but I'm done. Channel's done. Video's over. This officially broke me. I'm done. Go watch Moist Critical. Go watch Asmongold. I'm done.
And right off the bat, man, free Carmelo. Straight up. I don't give a fuck about no white lives. F that cracker. We smoking on that Austin Pat. I don't care anymore because it ain't no good in this shit. It ain't nothing good that's in this shit. But they trying to lay the law down. All that shit. Y'all gotta give it up. Y'all gotta give it up.
Like, I don't care anymore because it ain't no good in that shit. It ain't nothing good that's in this shit. But they try to lay the law down up that shit. Y'all gotta give it up. Y'all gotta give it up. Beautifully said. Thank you, sir.
There isn't a black American on earth that is surprised by what just happened to Carmelo Anthony. Not one black face in that jury box, not one peer, not one person who has ever navigated this country in melanated skin. And if you think that doesn't matter, then you haven't been paying attention to the last 400 years of American history because you don't want to. This is not new. This is the system working exactly as it was designed.
First of all, the Black Panther LARP is cringe. It's gotta go. This isn't the 1960s. You aren't protesting segregation. You're making a fucking TikTok video, okay? Second of all, this is the system working exactly how it was designed. Yeah, I'd hope. When you kill someone, you go to jail. Like, am I missing something? It was actually a refreshing change that the system was working for once. I'm tired of waking up to headlines like, man who raped corpse on subway gets 5 years in jail. Like, I'm not kidding. That was like a real headline I saw the other day.
I'ma say it since nobody else can say it. Austin. Glad your ass dead. Austin, fuck his family, and I hope they get this message to have a up day in here, Austin. I hope you over there burning up, bitch.
I'm so proud of y'all for killing that white boy. See, they not used to this happening to them, y'all. My only problem is it should happen more. Can we please pick a day where we just them white people up? As a matter of fact, I
Can we not? Can we not do that? Can we not do that? Because I'm pretty sure what's going to happen is, number one, yeah, Conserve says, if they pick that day, I'll call it National Self-Defense Day. Yeah. The obvious rage bait is baiting rage. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm getting baited. I'm getting baited for sure. Let's presume it's rage bait for a second. That doesn't mean it doesn't put a bad fucking taste in your mouth, right? It doesn't mean it doesn't put a bad fucking taste in your mouth, right? This is one of the things where I got frustrated with, let's just call them other creators, when they were being callous about Corey Comparatori, or being callous about the drowned kids in Texas, or being callous about any conservatives getting killed nationwide. It's not because I don't understand being callous about death. So for instance, like, I'm going to be talking to Ali today at 1 p.m. apparently, and I'm probably going to be callous about Middle Eastern and North African death. But the reason why is because there's going to be some degree of victim blaming there, where I'm going to say, well, let's take a look at the war on terror. 80%, 90% of the casualties in the war on terror are not United States versus indigenous people. It's indigenous people killing each other. So, here, if I'm trying to analogize my frustration, is when I see too much of this, and this is part of the reason why I wanted to break down this segment, when I see too much of this, I get very callous, about, let's call them systemic issues inside the United States that contribute to violence in impoverished, predominantly black communities. But that's not right. That's not correct. You shouldn't look at, what have we looked at so far today? Like 30 dipshits on the internet? You shouldn't let 30 dipshits on the internet determine the way that you feel about, I don't know, executing a better justice within the United States for all its people. So we shouldn't allow rage bait to change what we think is actually good from a policy prescription standpoint. But I will tell you quite callously, from my perspective, sometimes law enforcement works exactly the fucking way it's supposed to. You commit a crime, you get caught, law enforcement documents the crimes that you've committed, you go to a jury of your peers, you get convicted, you get incarcerated. Sometimes our justice system is fucking batting 1,000, you know? And I would say that this instance is one where I'm okay, you know? August Speak says that's the goal. You find the most R-slurred take on each side to make everyone look R-slurred, to turn everyone into big lizard people. Don't want you to know? True. I think you extrapolated out August Puig, but yeah, you could kind of like Shoeonhead did this in the beginning. She could say, "Oh, this is just culture war slop to keep the races divided so we can't focus on the real problems. Marxist economics." Like, nice. I didn't even think about that one. True.
I wish I knew where the little white boy grave was so I can go spit on that bitch.
How the f are any of these videos still up? There were so many of these videos. Are these people like CIA psyops? I'm doing it again.
See? Oh, August Puig called it 2 seconds before it happened.
No. This got so bad that people were actually going out and assaulting white people to get revenge. Obviously, I can't show these videos, but there were multiple incidences.
Rodney Hobbs says, "Is the shoe garbage over?" Here's another 10 minutes because you can't learn your fucking lesson. Hold on. I accidentally banned him. Let me unban him. Here's another fucking 10 minutes. If you don't like the fucking content, click the back button, dipshit. It's not that hard. Holy shit balls.
Of this. These people live in a delusional alternate reality, and they're becoming radicalized to take revenge for shit that isn't even f***ing happening. But like every other f***ing week, I have to read another stupid New York Times article about how like 20-year-old white boys are being radicalized into the alt-right because they watch.
I'll tell you, if I was 20 years old and I didn't have a lick of fucking media literacy and I saw all this shit, I would be radicalized like a motherfucker. Not only that, I know for a fucking fact my little brother and my brother-in-law were both radicalized by effectively like TikTok compilations of people acting poorly. And whenever you bring up something serious about like conservatives or Trump administration, corruption, anything like that, because they truly do not understand that whataboutism is poor argumentation, they will just say, "What about this bad behavior that I saw on TikTok?" And that's like the entirety of the conversation because they're incapable of understanding argumentation. It's very frustrating.
Jordan Peterson or some like f you. And like people have been so brainwashed to believe that they're racist because they post like edgy memes. No, you're not f***ing racist with your 4chan memes. These people are racists. You're like a level 1, maybe level 2 racist. These are like level 9 racists. You have no idea what racism is. I've seen your...
Depends on the memes, Shoe. This is another thing that I don't like about Shoe. Oh, my poor little incel, uwu, kawaii, basement dweller fucking chud. Oh, little fucking chuddy buddy. I know that I'm already married with children, but you're not that bad of a guy. You're not that bad of a guy. You're okay. When you talk about, wooden doors and you talk about how it wasn't really 6 million and you talk about how, Jews are vermin and all that. You're not that bad. Dude, I hate that fucking sweeping. Fuck that. Like fucking 4chan and or Kiwi farmer fucking antisocial fucking freaks digitally harassing minorities on the internet can be vile. At the same time, that random black folk who either don't know the Carmelo Anthony case or they know and they don't care and they're poorly behaved, both of those people can be pieces of shit at the same fucking time. You don't have to sweep for one side or, let's be real, your core audience just because they're poorly behaved fucking dickheads. What a terrible fucking take.
Or friend groups. Racist friend groups do not care what race you are as long as you are also racist. These people are significantly more racist than you will ever be. Hell, even the KKK, level 10 racists, wore hoods to conceal their identity. These people are out here posting this shit. Full government name and face.
I got 5 boys. I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more.
I deadass gotta look at my sweet innocent son one day and explain to him that people hate us simply because we were born black. What am I supposed to tell my son? I don't fucking know. Not to kill people? Like, okay, sorry. I don't know what it's like to be black, okay? I don't know. Maybe it's a completely
Yes, we can get a mind map on self-defense, absolutely. Give it a... Let's finish it out, though.
different experience that I will never understand. But in this case, nobody is hating Carmelo because he is black. They are hating Carmelo because he killed someone. I basically said this on Twitter and some liberal account was like, remember when Shoe was a leftist? Ah yes, the famous leftist policy, being pro-murder. I remember back when Shoeonhead was pro-murder. Silly me, how could I fall so far? Leftism isn't...
Yes, Shoeonhead, this is why I hate your fucking Nazbol fucking LARP. Okay? If you talk to a leftist, they will say that the colonial aspects of Haiti were so brutal, and that the white French colonists were so brutal to the Haitian population, that when the Haitian population rose up, raped and murdered all the fucking white folk, including the women and including the children, that they don't care about the rapes and murders of the white civilians on Haiti because systemically, it was so unjust that their rage and their rape and their murder of children and women and non-military males was justified. Ask Vosh that fucking question. Ask Hassan Piker that question. Hassan Piker he says that shit now in reference to October 7th, 2023. So yes, you are LARPing for National Bolshevik fucking dipshits. You are LARPing with the people who think that fucking slaughtering civilians and raping and murdering women, well, as long as there's systemic oppression beforehand, then it doesn't matter. And by the way, that's the identical calculus used for the reason why they're saying, oh, I want to piss on this guy's grave. Oh, you know, it's okay that he died. Oh, I wish we killed more people. The reason why they're doing that is because they're doing the fucking cringe leftist systemic analysis where if there's systemic oppression prior to a violent incident, as long as that violent incident is generally speaking against the power structure, if civilians get raped and murdered, it's no big deal because of course that's going to happen. Don't criticize indigenous people when they're doing their fucking revolutions. Holy shitballs. So yes, leftist is when support murder. Oh, what's the other one? The execution of the SARS family. When you look at the murder of the Romanov family, here's the wall where they were all fucking shot to death. But there were girls. He had daughters. And they fucking shot and killed them. Go talk to leftists about the execution of Tsar Nicholas and his family. And they'll fucking laugh. They think it's funny. They're like, oh, yeah. Oh, his son... his fucking 8 or 9-year-old son and his fucking teenage daughters and his wife getting shot, it's funny. Because the oppressive monarchy was so bad that shooting a kid in the face is fucking awesome. Like, dude, these people are fucking vile. So yes, Shoe, it's time to wake up that the fucking schizos that you simp for on the internet, the incel dickheads that you just swept for, are actually pieces of shit. It's time for you to realize that the leftist Nazbol, let's be authoritarian so we can seize state power and redistribute all the fucking economics to the bottom classes. They're mass murdering sacks of shit who make excuses for mass murders. And yes, it's time to realize that nobody but liberals and libertarians care about the individual, and nobody but liberals and libertarians will judge people based off of the content of their character rather than the color of their skin or their group demographic. So yes, it's time for you to wake the fuck up. Thanks. Doobie says, Nazbol, she's just like me for real. Doobie, I wish I could find you and hurt you physically right now. Nameless Henchman for 5 says, Shoe is an arsler in the segment. She's actually killing my goon fest. I showed my boss what I was listening to, and he agreed. Yeah, this hasn't been a very fun, goon segment. I'm not gonna lie.
Isn't about wealth inequality or workers' rights. No, it's about letting black people stab white people. Clearly. To be completely honest, I have seen what being a good leftist is to you people, and with all due respect, you fucking no thank you.
We also know now that yes, Carmelo Anthony may have had a tool in his backpack that no, he shouldn't have brought it to a track meet, but it was there. It had a 3.5-inch blade, but also in that backpack, he had snacks. He had school puzzles, and he had a cross.
Your Honor, yes, the defendant may have had a knife, but he also had Cool Ranch Doritos. I rest my case. Real lawyer, by the way. That woman is a real lawyer. There were thousands and thousands of videos and tweets just like this. You probably get the point. These weren't just like cherry-picked. They were everywhere. But it wasn't just Twitter nobodies and blue sky nobodies. There was also sitting Congress people saying this insane shit.
Black women live in fear and agony every single day. A fear and agony that I promise you, the Metcalfs probably never spent a day living that way.
Yes, someone's teenage son was murdered, but please.
Come on, man. Was that Jasmine Crockett, Senate hopeful? Oh my God. Who is Jasmine Crockett? She is currently the U.S. representative for Texas's 30th congressional district since 2023, a member of the Democratic Party. She represents the 100th district. Didn't she run for something recently? Wasn't she running for governor or something? Senate. In 2025, Crockett announced her bid for the U.S. Senate in Texas in 2026. In the Democratic primary, she faced State Representative James Tallarico and perennial candidate Ahmad Hassan. In February 2026, Crockett was criticized for seemingly using AI in a Super Bowl campaign advertisement to generate a crowd of supporters. The criticism... So she did lose the Senate Democratic primary to Tallarico. After a concession, Crockett released a statement calling for unity. Texas... okay, Crockett is a queen? Yeah, she's a queen who just said, lol, black women are in constant agonizing fear of their, I'm presuming, their little black boys going to prison. And that is a fear that the Metcalf family has never experienced before. Which, by the way, maybe that's descriptively true. I don't know. Maybe the Metcalfs are middle-class white. Maybe they were living on the right side of town. Maybe they were living on, maybe they didn't have any problems before this. Maybe they lived a relatively privileged life. But do you think when their son is murdered is an appropriate time to bring up the systemic analysis of white middle-class fear? Because honestly, fuck you, is my opinion on that. Like, listen, I get it. This is politics, right? We all have to be a little bit poorly behaved for attention. We all have to shit talk. We all have to talk about spicy shit. We all have to do this. We all have to do that. But, like, if you can't, I don't know, move past your race identity systemic analysis in order to recognize that there was a fucking homicide resulting in this family's death, and then you take the victims of the homicide in order to virtue signal about fucking systemic analysis, then, you know, fuck you a little bit. I'm pretty sure Austin's dad said something literally racist after the court. Oh, your son got murdered and then you said something racist? Oh, fuck. That means he deserved it. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck kind of argumentation is that? Like, what the fuck are you... Oh. Oh. Okay. All right. Let's see if Doobie can bust a blood vessel inside my skull. Doobie, isn't that sort of what happened in monarchies? The royal bloodline was hunted down to prevent future generations from making a claim. Absolutely, Doobie. That is what happened, generally speaking, when monarchies were wiped out, is you would wipe out the children so they couldn't claim the throne. 100%. But I'm going to go ahead and have a really, really crazy hot take right now. I'm going to have a super hot take. Infanticide is still bad. We actually had an entire discussion about that when we were watching 5 minutes of your musical. I'm going to go ahead and reassert my brave and powerful take that even in reference to monarchy, infanticide is still bad. Infanticide is still bad.
Please keep in mind the real victims here. Black women.
I don't know what he had.
It was like it seemed like it was a multi-tool, almost like a Swiss Army.
Like with like with the little scissors and everything and whatever. So it was small.
Your Honor, the knife my client used to kill the man was small. What? By the way, I've not seen a single Democrat politician come out and disavow this idiot. So until then, I'm just going to assume they all agree. What's funny is they can't come out and disavow it because they'll all be attacked and called racist, and they know it. This was a viral Substack written by a university professor. Are you ready for this? Dear Jeff Metcalf, your son is dead because you failed to teach him that black boys have boundaries. Yesterday evening, Jeff Metcalf, the father of Austin Metcalf, used his victim impact statement to address Carmelo Anthony directly after he was sentenced to 35 years after the court treated his act of survival as murder. The elder Metcalf reportedly described Austin as a boy, twin, son, leader, true warrior. He remembered him as a baby grabbing his finger. He talked about teaching him to fish, watching him take his first buck, and seeing him grow up too fast. He spoke of a scholarship created in Austin's memory, and said his family has been robbed. And right there, his own words, Jeff Metcalf told on himself. In your own memorial language, you told us about the kind of white boyhood Austin was raised inside. It was a boyhood steeped in conquest language, hunting rituals, warrior fantasies, masculine toughness, and the romance of force. You told us about a child praised for not just being kind, curious, gentle, or careful, but for becoming a leader and a warrior in a racist culture where those words too often mean dominance.
Oh my god, I hate this person with every fiber of my fucking being. There is just violence. Okay? I'm just gonna say it right now. There is just violence. And you can be killed while enacting just violence. So, that doesn't mean that somebody asks you to leave a tent repeatedly, and then they shove you out of the tent, that you get to stab them to death. Weird. Maybe if Carmelo had been raised with, not just the romanticization of force, but also some education in justified violence. Oh, pushing Carmelo wasn't justified violence. I'm gonna save it for when I mind map this. Okay, I'm gonna save my response for when I mind map this.
This psycho saw a grieving father describe his son as a leader and a warrior and freak the f out because his son is white and therefore that's like white supremacy or some shit. In their world, white people are like only allowed to hate themselves, right? That's why libs are often the way that they are, just like absolute cucks, just like rolling over and showing their bellies. Haha, white people can't dance. Haha, white people, like, they don't season their food. Because being anything other than that gets you treated like this. Reminder that this is a professor in a college teaching students right now, and you wonder why people are the way that they are. I swear we had it made in the 90s. I swear that was like peak normalcy. Do you feel that way? Maybe I'm just like a stupid millennial like nostalgia because I was a child back then and didn't know. I don't know. I kind of feel like race relations were better back then because it was all like, oh, we don't see color. And then they flipped it and they were like, actually, if you don't see color, you're racist. You have to acknowledge your white privilege and you're a colonizer. Like, what the f? I feel like my worldview's just been shattered. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean we can't just all be in a circle and sing Kumbaya? What is this? Like, I was always taught from my parents, from my teachers, like, we shouldn't judge people on their skin color, blah, 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 blah. And like, were these people just not taught that? Were they not taught that? I feel like they were just taught from a young age, like, white people bad, like, it was just hammered into their fucking heads. And like,
in my experience, it happens around 8 to 10. Around adolescence. So effectively from 0 to 8, it seems like the world is still a serious place, but black kids in black neighborhoods were allowed to just be kids. And then from 8 to 12, I would say that's when they heard white people bad, white people bad, white people bad, cops bad, cops bad, cops bad, white people bad, cops bad, white people bad, cops bad. I'm obviously saying that's not like a universal experience, but I would notice that from like 8 to 12. That's when the hostility to law enforcement and white folks started.
Like, honestly, like, white people get told that in like university. Like, they go to college and they get told white people are bad, white people are bad. It's really upsetting that a family had to bury their child, and it's all being overshadowed by insane people trying to make it about race. In a normal world, it wouldn't be about race, but we don't live in a normal world. I would like to believe a majority of people don't believe in some, like, Civil War, race war thing and still believe in the Kumbaya bullshit. Like, I just want to be like, okay, this is just a minority of crazy people on the internet. At least that's what I tell myself. So that was that video. Hopefully you got some enjoyment out of my
I'll accept the wrapping up of hopefully this is just a few crazy people on the internet. I'll accept that. I felt this one was kind of all over the place because I felt like I simultaneously had to call out Shoe's fucking national Bolshevist fucking let's all temporarily focus on a culture war issue because we're realistically getting distracted from the economics, but the economics that I LARP about are authoritarian seizure of the economy and the government so we can usher in a redistributive economic system that's so aggressive that serves the proletariat. And then being shocked when your fellow travelers are a bunch of fucking murderous fucking douchebags. So I would say that was my primary frustration. Unsurprising with the content. In reference to the, let's call it the criminal and legalistic and moral analysis of violence, I feel like I need to draw something for my chat because my chat's pissing me off. So, anyways. Conserve says, I don't think she wants authoritarian seizure. Pretty sure she's just a sock dem, to be honest. Yeah, well, she fucking LARPs about it. Sometimes. Doobie for 10 says, it actually isn't wrong, to be honest. I noticed that during the Fox interview, the way Austin's dad described him was having an aggressive sort of personality. Dad should have taught him restraint. Well, hey, dickhead. Doobie. Pissing me off. Maybe they should have taught Carmelo Anthony restraint so he wouldn't be spending 35 years in fucking prison for homicide. So. Anyways. What happened to throwing hands, dude? Why can't we just throw some fucking hands? Anyways, let's go ahead and map this out because you guys have been pissing me the fuck off. So, let's go ahead and do a few drawings right here. Oh my god. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got a memberships if you got them. My personal, she love you. Thank you for being here. Let's go ahead and map out some self-defense. All right. Now, I'm going to be describing this for the state of Florida. Obviously, mileage is going to vary depending on states. So, for instance, like New York and California, I know they have more cucked laws in reference to self-defense. But I also think that these generally are going to apply. And I also think that basically, like, we can do a moral analysis on top of a legal analysis while we're drawing this. So let's say, because we're going to have to keep it relatively simple, that there is an aggressor, meaning that there is someone who is aggressing upon you. Hey, let's, fuck you, let's fight, you fucking piece of shit, blah, 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 blah. Now, typically, you're allowed to defend yourself. So if this is completely unarmed and somebody is being physically aggressive with you, you are allowed to go into a guard. If they throw punches at you, you're allowed to throw punches back. You're allowed to, defend yourself, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, let's say that we involve the state in reference to this. The aggressor can be hit with a variety of statutes. So, assault in the state of Florida is one, which is effectively a credible threat of violence, and it puts somebody else in fear. Ag assault is oftentimes a credible threat of violence with a tool that can result in death or GBH. So if I say, hey, I'm going to come beat you up, that's typically simple assault. If I say, I'm going to stab you to death with this knife, and I have a knife in my hand, that's going to be aggravated assault. Now, if I actually put my hands on someone, that's going to be battery, act of touching someone without consent. Now, if I actually hurt you, let's say I use a lead pipe or a knife or a gun or something like that, and I hurt you, that could be aggravated battery. Act of touching without consent, resulting in serious injury. And then that can get all the way up into, I think, third-degree murder is unintentional homicide oftentimes. But then second and first-degree murder are going to be, what is it? Intentional homicide. Now, once again, this is going to vary by jurisdiction, but these are all the things that you can get in trouble for if you are an aggressor. And then, weirdly enough, there is a statute called affray, which covers mutual combat in the state of Florida. So let's say that somebody walks up and they start talking shit to you. They are being aggressive with you, and you say, fuck you, what are you going to do about it, you fucking piece of shit? And then you start fist fighting each other in the Taco Bell parking lot. Well, you can both be charged with affray, which is mutual combat, because the truth is, most adults should be able to resolve shit without violence. Most adults should be able to do that. So, once again, mutual combat, you can be charged with affray, but typically the aggressor can be charged with assault, ag assault, battery, ag battery, third-degree murder, or second or first-degree murder. Okay? Now, within a domicile, at least in the state of Florida, you have expanded self-defense rights. Because an aggressor coming to your home in order to fuck with your home is already viewed as, well, in the street, there can be confusion about who is the aggressor. There can be confusion about, different people talking shit and what's talking shit versus what is assault or aggravated assault, what is self-defense. Whereas there is no such confusion when it comes to your domicile, right? This is your house. You are allowed to defend yourself in your house. Castle Doctrine. And Florida actually takes it one step further including your curtilage. Okay? And curtilage is this idea that not only is your property, like your house, but the surrounding property around your house, like your yard, is also your property. So, for instance, if you break into my house and I have reason to believe that you have a nefarious purpose, I can shoot you, and 99 times out of 100, I'm not going to be going to jail or prison. Because it's going to be presumed that you were there for an unlawful purpose. Therefore, you were the immediately identifiable aggressor. Therefore, since you have no lawful purpose to be breaking into my home, I can fucking kill you. Now, with curtilage, it gets a little bit more nuanced where, let's say I see you jumping my fence in my backyard and I confront you with a firearm and then you charge me. Well, at that point, I can probably still kill you, and 9 times out of 10, I'm not going to be charged with a crime because you are viewed as the aggressor de facto by entering my property. Now, public property gets a little bit more different, which I think is what we should probably talk about. So weirdly enough, because I've heard it repeated that, oh, well, he should have just gotten a teacher. Oh, he should have just gotten a school resource officer. I agree with that. If Austin Metcalf had gotten a teacher, if Austin Metcalf had gotten a school resource officer, then he probably would still be alive, right? I actually agree with that descriptively. But I also think there's a moral calculus here. So I just want to talk about people flat out first, and then we'll get into the specifics. So let's say that you have a firearm, by the way, and then somebody aggresses upon you. Technically, you don't have to meet force with force. So, if you start losing the fight and or that person presents a reasonable threat of death or great bodily harm, you're allowed to shoot that person. So, let's go ahead and put that there. Reasonable belief of death or great bodily harm to self or others, then you have the capacity to engage in the use of deadly force. And I'm just going to give my aggressor a firearm, and I'm also going to give him a knife. But the truth is that you don't necessarily need to have a gun or need to have a knife in order to present a imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. The mere fact of beating the dog shit out of somebody can also present threats of death or great bodily harm. So effectively at this point, the aggressor is still on the hook. They can still be held accountable for assault, ag assault, battery, ag battery, third degree homicide, first or second degree homicide. This person can still be held accountable for this. And realistically, the aggressor, who is an aggressor aggressing upon? Who is an aggressor aggressing upon? What is their name? A defending party? I think defender could be fine. I would probably use defender. But anyways, so as long as the defender can articulate a reasonable belief of death or great bodily harm, he's allowed to use lethal force in order to defend himself. And he's also allowed to defend himself. And all of the statutes that apply earlier apply here. Now, weirdly enough, I would say that Austin Metcalf, in ignorance of the law, claimed a similar territorial proprietal right to his tent to his team's tent. Okay? And this is the argument that Doobie was getting into, and this is the argument that I think Ranger Nation was getting into. was that Austin Metcalf was claiming a trespass right at a function that doesn't exist, right? So hold on. So let's say Austin Metcalf is here. And let's put Carmelo Anthony sitting down in the tent. Boop. 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 And let's give him a chair. And let's give him a knife. Okay. So, what Austin Metcalf can claim, because weirdly enough, identifying aggressors and identifying aggressors is actually kind of, it has legal repercussions, and it's not always very straightforward. Sometimes people can be aggressors simultaneously, and I'll go ahead and try to steelman the argumentation. So from Austin's perspective, Carmelo is the aggressor because he has no right to be in the tent. This is his team's tent. It is their private space. He has been asked to leave repeatedly and is choosing not to. Therefore, Carmelo is the aggressor by instigating the incident. Now, realistically, he should have reported. Ideal is reporting to teacher / SRO, right? And if he had reported it to the teacher or the SRO could have taken legal action against Carmelo and done a variety of things, primarily trespass after warning, and what would be the other one? Trespass after warning and disturbing the peace, right? There's always going to be some kind of like vague disturbing the peace statute that you can appeal to when somebody is doing something that's antisocial. And so a cop would walk up, he would say, hey, this is a private place. You know, we are in a public area, but this is a private place because it's being controlled by the other school's team. They want you to leave. I would like you to leave. And then if Carmelo says, fuck you, pig, then the cop can say, well, you're trespassed from this location because you're disturbing the peace. As a result, you can give me your ID and you can leave, or I can arrest you. And he says, fuck you, pig, again. Well, then at that point, he can be detained and he can be arrested for trespass after warning. Then for disturbing the peace, he could just be arrested for disturbing the peace. Typically, there's going to be some kind of catch-all disturbing the peace thing that if you do something disruptive, you can, you can basically be detained and or arrested. But for the sake of my black friends and Doobie, let's go ahead and see if we can steelman Carmelo Anthony's position. It's hot. The school is a public place. This is a public event. I'm not talking to anyone or harassing anyone. I will move if the chair owner asks me to leave, but I'm not leaving because some random dickhead is throwing his weight around. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But here's the fucking problem. All right? Not only can a law enforcement officer hit you with the, not only can they hit you with the disturbing the peace and the trespass after warning, but also weapons are prohibited. Weapons are prohibited from school grounds. Almost every school in the fucking country has a zero tolerance policy for weapons on school grounds carried by students. Okay. He's not going to steel man my black position. Well, go ahead and re-articulate it, and I'll try to re-articulate it if you want. I'll see if I agree with your black position. Rodney Hobbs, it's going to be the dumbest take. Rodney Hobbs, you have been a cunt twice today. Here's my third and final warning. If you cannot be a pro-social, normal person capable of engaging with chat without sounding like you're the most dour, sour, near suicide, complaining bitch, I'm going to perma-ban you. So you have 2 strikes today. Hit me with a fucking third, and you will no longer be a part of this community. Do you understand? Thank you. All right. Let's go ahead and look up the statute real quick. Carrying weapons on school property, Texas. In Texas, possessing a firearm on K through 12 property or at school-sponsored events and generally is a third-degree felony. Exceptions apply. Let's talk about knives. Carrying knife on school property, Texas. In Texas, carrying a location-restricted knife, a blade longer than 5.5 inches onto school premises or school events is a third-degree felony. Smaller knives are generally prohibited by local school district policies, even if it's legal under state law, and can lead to severe school enforcement discipline like expulsion. Okay, so maybe it wouldn't be... Most Texas schools have zero-tolerance policies prohibiting all knives, including small pocket knives. Violating these local policies results in automatic suspension, placement, and disciplinary. Oh, so it wouldn't necessarily be a state statute. It would be a... school administration, school admin prohibition on small knives, which would result in trespass, and fucking suspension / expulsion. Okay. And then I would say trespass, disturbing the peace. Oh, actually, you know what? I shouldn't even do this. I should bring this one over here. And then what I should do over here is if Austin puts his hands on Carmelo to shove him out of the tent, Carmelo could argue he's not the aggressor and Austin is guilty of simple battery. But here's my problem. Carmelo should have also gotten law enforcement. All right. Texas law does not have a separate battery statute. Instead, what is traditionally known as simple battery is prosecuted under the umbrella of assault. An offense if a person intentionally and knowingly causes offensive, provocative physical contact or causes injury. Class C misdemeanor applies when a person makes physical contact knowing or reasonably believing the other will view it as offensive or provocative with no whatever. The penalty is up to a $500 fine. Okay? So this would be a second-degree misdemeanor in the state of Florida. This is fucking one of the smallest crimes that you could possibly commit. Class C assault, which is Texas simple battery, is a Class C misdemeanor with a $500 fine. So my question is, should you stab someone to death for a Class C misdemeanor whose criminal penalty is a $500 fine? Because I don't think a single one of you motherfuckers can articulate aggravated battery on Austin Metcalf's behalf or Carmelo Anthony's behalf. I think you can only articulate simple battery and or simple assault for the state of Texas. So not only do I find your shit dubious, dubious like Doobie. But I find your claims of like Austin Metcalf is the aggressor, therefore Carmelo Anthony was justified in defending himself, even with these alleged confusions of aggressor, I still think Carmelo Anthony is 100% in the fucking wrong. Because the same way you're like, oh, Austin could have gotten a teacher. Yeah, so could have Carmelo. Carmelo could have easily gone and gotten a teacher. And you know what? The teacher probably would have told him to fuck off away from the tent. So, I'll put aggressor arguments. Excuse me. All right. Let me catch up with chat, though. Carmelo was hanging out, talking to a friend under the tent and avoiding the weather, and no one was complaining except for Austin and his brother. Is that something you saw on social media, or did you actually watch the court proceedings? Because I'm pretty sure in the court proceedings, they were saying that like half a dozen people asked him to leave multiple times. So, yeah, Biggin said that's a lie, Ranger, based on witnesses. That's a complete lie. Yeah, I've definitely heard different as a result of the court proceedings. Didn't Carmelo use fighting words, i.e. do something about it, see what happens? Weirdly enough, you like Austin Metcalf, if he was still alive, he could argue that that was, assault, and it put him reasonably in fear of, imminent violence, and therefore he thought that getting Carmelo away from himself and his friends was a reasonable action. I mean, if he pushed the guys and killed him, you can argue he pushed me first, and I pushed him, but stabbing the guy, I don't know, never mind. Yeah, there you go. We don't take people at their words in life. We do ascertain their perspectives, motivations, and actions, for sure. Doobie Vertens says, if a civilian assaults another civilian for loitering, they both could have contacted police, but that doesn't make the one defending themselves the aggressors. That can be true. That can be true. So, for instance, like, let's say that someone is in a business and they trespass an individual, or somebody's in the curtilage. I think the curtilage would be more likely. And then the offending party, the aggressor. Weirdly enough, can I map that out real quick? Because I think that's a really good one. That's a damn good one. So, Doobie, despite me being frustrated because I think you're being a twat today, let's be real, you enjoy pissing me off. That actually is an interesting statement. Because let's say that a business owner, don't know why I fucked that guy's leg up so bad. He's got fucked up hips just like me. Let's say that a business owner assaults or batters a homeless man outside of his business. Then the homeless man, because trespass after warning has to be done by a law enforcement officer. So a business owner can let, at least state of Florida, obviously, my analysis is going to vary by jurisdiction. But trespass after warning has to be enforced by a law enforcement officer, and a law enforcement officer has to tell someone that they are trespassed before it can be enforced with incarceration. Whereas in the hypothetical, even if somebody is guilty of trespass after warning and a business owner aggresses upon said homeless person and then batters them, a law enforcement officer could technically arrest both. Now, I'm going to tell you, disproportionately, unless the business owner is a huge douchebag, the chances of taking a business owner to jail for simple battery for like shoving a homeless person out of their place of business is very low. But let's say the business owner was like a douchebag and fucking like cracked the guy in the eye socket and shattered his fucking eye socket. And you review the footage, and effectively the homeless guy was like he was arguing, but he actually was leaving when the business owner cracked him in the eye socket. It's 100% possible and legally defensible for a law enforcement officer to arrest the business owner for simple battery or battery involving great bodily harm, depending on the level of injury, and then also arrest the person for trespass after warning. So that's interesting. Weirdly enough, domestic violence is very similar to that, where if you can't identify aggressors and there are signs of injury on both parties, let's say it's like a lesbian couple, let's say it's a gay couple, let's say it is a heterosexual couple, but both of them are grievously injured, weirdly enough, you can arrest them both for battery if you cannot identify an aggressor. And then you'll just let the fucking court and the state attorney's office figure it out. So that's interesting. Well, good point. Yeah, can I point out that I noticed that Doobie's name is dubious? Is a shortening of the word dubious. And dubious definition is dubious as an adjective for causing doubt, uncertainty, or questionable in quality, honesty, or outcome. I do think that's funny that Doobie's name is literally short for fucking dubious. And Doobie loves to cause doubt and uncertainty. I think we should start calling him Dr. Dubious. This is a lot of art for not wearing a Bob Ross wig, not just saying, hey, fucking Christian Valeris isn't here anymore. Okay? Christian Valeris bought me the wig. He was an Oiler. Apparently he doesn't like me anymore because he's retweeting, people who are deeply, deeply hostile to me. So if Christian Valeris isn't around anymore, I'm not wearing the fucking wig. How's that? He paid for it. He paid for it. I don't think Austin should die, but I don't think Carmelo should get 35 years either. Well, let's take a look at the charge. What was Carmelo Anthony charged with, and what was he convicted of? What was Carmelo charged with, and what was he convicted of? Because he might have still been hit with third-degree homicide. He still might have been hit with the unintentional homicide statute. Carmelo, the murder, blah, 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 blah. 35 years. Yes, it's guilty. Yes, but what was the specific charge? I want the specific charge. Carmelo Anthony specific statute. What statute was Carmelo Anthony convicted of? Texas Penal Code 1902. Let's take a look. Let's see if this is first degree, second degree, or third degree homicide. Because I almost guarantee you, first degree homicide or first degree murder is you can get life. So, defines the offense of murder. A person commits the crime by intentionally or knowingly causing a death, intending to cause serious bodily injury. The sudden passion clause. If the defendant proves a crime was committed under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from adequate cause, the offense can be reduced to a second-degree felony carrying a sentence of 2 to 20 years. Ooh, looks like he's still got the first-degree felony ruling. Hold on. Sudden passion, adequate cause, knowingly manufacturing, except as provided. It is a defense for the prosecution. Capital murder. A person commits the offense of capital murder if the person commits a murder as defined under section 19.02b1 and the person murders a peace officer, intentionally commits murder in the course of committing or attempting kidnapping, burglary, robbery. The person commits the murder for remuneration of the promise of employees. Commits the murder while escaping or attempting to escape a penal institution. Interesting. A person commits an offense if he recklessly causes the death of an individual. An offense under this section is a felony of the second degree, except that the offense is a felony of the first degree if it is shown on the trial of the offense that the defendant committed an offense under section 2809, that conduct caused the death of an individual. So weirdly enough, manslaughter could still apply. Criminally negligent homicide. A person commits the offense if he causes the death of an individual by negligence. An offense under this is a state jail felony. So, state jail felony? Texas. What is a state jail felony? Lowest level of felony offense. It bridges the gap between serious misdemeanors and high felonies. Is generally reserved for nonviolent crimes. You can go, so for criminally negligent homicide, you could do 2 years. which I don't think anybody is arguing that Carmelo Anthony is not at minimum guilty of criminally negligent homicide. A person commits an offense if he recklessly causes the death of an individual. I think he's 100% guilty of manslaughter. Hold on. Let's see. It's a felony of the second degree, which can cover up to 20 years. So, yeah. So, I think he was convicted of first degree murder. 1902, Section 1, which weirdly enough is not the worst form of murder. The worst form of murder is capital murder. So, he didn't get the top one. He got the second to top one. Rodney Hobbs says, so is my manslaughter position not silly now? Also think an all-white jury is sus and time too high? Well, I mean, that's just an argumentation of degree. I don't even know if... Okay, so manslaughter means you don't intend to kill someone. If you stab someone in the fucking chest, you probably mean to kill someone, or it should be reasonable for you to know that you're going to kill someone. So... the only reason why I would accept criminally negligent homicide or manslaughter is because technically there is not a prohibition against state attorneys' offices charging people and charging people with multiple crimes. So, for instance, it might be viewed as poor form, but you could charge Carmelo Anthony with criminally negligent homicide, manslaughter, and murder. And then it would be up to the jury to decide which one of those offenses he was guilty of. The reason why it's kind of viewed as poor form is because it's like, you should just pick the statute that applies and then make your case to the jury. You shouldn't be throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks. But there's not technically anything prohibiting you from doing all three charges. So I'm hoping... you guys all have green names, so I don't know what... It's like Rodney Hobbs and Ranger Nation, who I think are the people who are most skeptical of my analysis. You could have charged Carmelo Anthony with criminally negligent homicide, manslaughter, and murder, and basically gotten him convicted of all three. So I hope that I can convince you two, who are the most skeptical, that he was guilty of manslaughter or criminally negligent homicide, if I couldn't get you to agree to murder, right? And just reading the murder reads, intentionally or knowingly causes the death of an individual, intends to cause serious bodily injury, and commits an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes the death of an individual. Clearly subsection 2 applies. Commits or attempts to commit a felony other than manslaughter, and in the course of and in furtherance of the commission of that attempt or an immediate flight from the commission of the attempt, the person commits or attempts to commit an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes the death of an individual. Knowingly manufacturing or delivering a controlled substance, including in penalty group 1B, health and safety code in violation, blah, 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 blah. Except as provided in subsection D, an offense under the section is a felony of the first degree at the punishment stage of trial. Yeah. So dude, I just agree that murder 1902... subsection 2B2, it just applies. It's just true that he intended to cause serious bodily injury and committed an act clearly dangerous to human life that caused the death of another individual. So, I mean, Carmelo Anthony is just straight up, in my opinion, guilty of 1902 2B2. So. Anthony refused to do a plea deal. Let's take a look at his plea deal real quick before we move on. What was Carmelo Anthony's plea deal offer? Public records and legal reports indicate there's no official confirmation that the state ever offered Carmelo Anthony a plea deal. While there have been public speculations and online discussions claiming a deal of 10 to 20 years was proposed, that has not been verified by court documents. Yeah. So, whoopsie doopsie. And by the way, if they offer you a plea deal that they think is reasonable, and then you make them go to trial, a state prosecutor will try to fuck you. You know? A state, like, if you get offered 10 years and the state attorney actually thinks that that's fair, and then you get to sentencing, the state attorney will say, hey, judge, this person did not take a plea deal when offered. And so the state had to make like a really aggressive case in order to secure this conviction. Fuck this guy, throw the book at him. Now, of course, that's up to the judge on whether or not he believes it. But if you make the state take you to court, they will fuck you. So, whoops. Whoopsie doopsie. Anyways, 12:20. So we hit our 12:30 mark, which means that we're roughly halfway through the stream. Let me go ahead and thank everybody who's donated so far. Let me check in with chat real quick. So, doobie, Nameless Henchman, doobie, Grassroots Hegemon, Old School, Doobie, Grassroots Hegemon, Horse God, what's this guy's name? Reban Ruben, Fell Runner. Thank you, doobie, Nameless Henchman, Grassroots Hegemon, Old School, Doobie, Horse God, Reban, Fell Runner. Thank you, kings and queens, not only for your viewership, but also thank you for your financial support as well. Is my all-white jury a sus argument reasonable? I don't know, man. If they were Hispanic, I guess. Like, what is, calculator? What is 1 divided by 12? 1 divided by 12 is 8%. So if the black population is 13%, I think they should have been able to find 1 black juror. But of course, if you're talking to the jury and then the jury is like, he didn't do anything wrong, then the prosecution is not going to tolerate that shit. You know, they're not going to be like, oh yeah, we're going to let a black juror on who fucking, doesn't give a shit. What was the racial makeup of Carmelo Anthony's jury? The jury in Anthony's trial was mostly white. Anna Offit, a criminal law professor, a Southern Methodist University, said having a white jury in a diverse county is not an accident. It's a choice. It's not inevitable. So they said majority white. But I don't know how many Hispanics or Asians there were. So, I don't know, bro. I don't know. If you wanted to add a black juror in there and then still come up with the same result, I wouldn't give a shit. But, I don't know, man. I wasn't there. Party system is malleable. Positions can be spoken about in a non-schizophrenic way. True. Although I will tell you, I've gotten out of jury duty for the past decade and a half by being a cop and being an ex-cop. Defense attorneys fucking hate cops and ex-cops. It's so awesome. It's so fucking awesome. They're like, hey, do you have any biases that might make you more in favor of the state? And you're like, yes. I'm a former law enforcement officer, and I think all law enforcement officers tell the truth at all times. I think all law enforcement officers are the best human beings to ever walk the planet. And I wish I could suck them all off. The defense attorney will be like, okay, thank you, juror number 6, you're dismissed. Listen, we should all do our civic duty. But I do find that quite funny. The black jurors that were in the pool basically said they couldn't put a black kid away, so what should be done with that? They're dismissed. If you say you cannot be an impartial juror and evaluate the state's evidence and fucking, then you shouldn't be a fucking juror. It's that simple. So, just do the Carlin bit. Say you want your jury duty because you can spot a guilty person from a mile away. Guilty! For the case, too, it was a battery. It was like an aggravated battery, too. And I saw the defendant. And the defendant was like mean mugging the jury. And I was like, guilty. But I like the cut of his jib, I like the cut of his jib, so not guilty. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, just tell them that you want to suck off police officers at any chance you get, and they'll send you home. Anyways, all right, you guys ready for some more brain damage? We only have 30 minutes until we're supposed to be talking to Ali about why terrorism is awesome. So, I will start the next segment, though, because I know you guys hate Andrew Wilson anyways, so we might as well go ahead and see if there's anything worth reviewing in that segment, and then if Ali cancels on us, then we can just keep it moving. So let me go ahead and save my self-defense aggressor map. Love it. Love that map, dude. Love the fucking mind maps. And let's go to a YouTube. And it's an Andrew Wilson marriage and divorce debate. So there was other content that I thought that was worth it, that was cool, that I wanted to check out. But I figured it's been a while since we've done Andrew Wilson. So I figured, fuck it. Fuck it. Chuck it into the fuck it bucket. All right. Should we start the entire thing, or should we start like a 10-minute-er? Is this going to have commentary? Fuck it, I'll do the original.
Marriage, that's what always kept him together.
All right.
Holy crap. Let me go check.
Give me a second. Apparently they're taking a piss.
Ooh. Yeah, they're like, oh. Legally, and
let's turn up the volume.
A lot of men have.
All right.
Experience where men could be safe legally, and a lot of men have experience.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. I try to be honest. I try to have integrity. I try to have nuance. I try to have objectives. And today we're going to be taking a look at a marriage and divorce debate between Andrew Wilson, a Christian nationalist, and I think a red pill coach. This guy's name is Coach Greg Adams. And so, as far as I understand from the openers that I already watched, is that Andrew Wilson is making the argument that in order to restore American society, in order to get my gooner 70% Lockheed liberal audience to stop gooning and be pro-social, functioning, decent members of humanity, we actually have to reinforce marriage. We have to encourage young men and young women to find their partners, commit to each other for sexual fidelity, raise children, and honor and love each other until death parts them. Whereas, I think Greg Adams is going to argue, no, that's dangerous. You know, that being a married man is dangerous. And as a recently divorced man, I think I can actually probably criticize both sides with some level of nuance. So I'm going to play this. I'm going to go use the restroom myself. I'll be back in 2.5 minutes to do some commentary. Let's go.
It's tremendous damage, collateral damage as a result, and it has led to broken families, a lot of broken hearts, simply because the laws are not positioned to benefit both people in a divorce. Therefore, you have no-fault divorce. You have opportunities for women to use the courts against men. And as a result, men have seen 1, 2, and 3 generations of men getting harmed, their grandfathers, their fathers, their uncles, their brothers getting harmed by this. So Generation Z men are not positioning themselves for a positive marriage. So at this particular point, if someone asked me, would I recommend marriage for them, and they were in a certain position in life, they weren't established, I would say no. There's no benefit for the person to get married today.
Got it. Your response, Andrew?
Yeah, I didn't hear any anti-marriage arguments. I heard anti-divorce arguments. So I'm with you on divorce, 100%.
Stream over.
And
but agree.
But it's a good thing that the topic isn't on divorce; it's on marriage. And it seems like you agree with my proposition then. And the proposition is that marriage, quote, is a great institution.
Yep.
And that right now your concern is that men can't be safe in marriage, but that's not actually what you're saying. You're not saying men can't be safe in marriage; they can. You're saying that they may not be safe in divorce. So I have a counter proposition for you. My counter proposition is, what if it's the case that you can use religious marriage institutions without the state? And then we add the ecclesiastical structure of the marriage. That's what always kept them together anyway, before the state was ever involved. So what if instead we use the ecclesiastical church, the structure of the old churches, that would be Catholicism and Orthodoxy, where you see the lowest divorce rates, because the community puts pressure on the women to act right. That's what they do. Right now, the state applies no pressure on women to act right, right? You can just go and file whatever you want, get a divorce, and go be banging the neighbor by the next night. We totally agree on that. But to say that we should abandon marriage is silly. It seems like you're completely pro-marriage. You're just anti-divorce. So why wouldn't you just throw your weight behind institutions where the divorce rate is the least, and you have an ecclesiastical structure which can be appealed to assist with that? That's what makes no sense to me.
My response to that is, if we're fifths, we beat all drunk. All right. So that's a scenario that just isn't present.
Can you explain the analogy for me?
Well, if we use if, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. If we say if we have a situation where this is present, then this would work. Well, that makes sense. If we had that,
we do have it right now.
Well, it doesn't necessarily work because, and I'm going to tell you why, because a woman can go to a divorce attorney and they can simply just say, hey, listen, it was a off the cuff, off the state divorce, but you got married within a certain state, or she filed in a certain state, so therefore the divorce goes on.
No,
absolutely,
okay.
yes.
Well,
listen, I've been with the divorce attorneys, and what they'll tell you is, hey, listen, you can get married in a ritual, you can get married in the orthodoxy, you can get married off record, but if she files and that woman is hell bent on saying, we got married, I don't care if it was a ceremony where we walked on coals with our feet bare, that's considered a marriage. You also have common law. You have a lot of other ways for that woman to establish marriage.
How does your way eliminate common law?
I don't have any way to eliminate common law.
So
what
then,
I have is a way for men to avoid.
Well, then the
being
argument's
used
silly.
No, the argument's not silly. So here's what you have. You have a if proposition, which doesn't exist for most men. Most men aren't religious. Most men aren't looking to be under a religious orthodoxy. So it doesn't apply. So you're taking a moral standard or a religious standard to apply to people who aren't under that veil.
So let's start with a couple of things you said which are fundamentally untrue. Most men are religious, in fact, including in this country. Most of them, not some of them.
But they're not religious.
Hang on. I didn't interrupt. I didn't interrupt.
I understand, but let me just take that point. Most aren't under your religion.
Okay.
We can agree with that.
So here's the thing, though.
Asking a bunch of Creaster Christians to not, what do you call it, where it's a, what is the term for premarital sex? Maybe it's just premarital sex. Fornication. Asking most Americans not to fornicate. Listen, man, I'm all about being sexually moderate. I'm all about getting to know somebody before you have sex with them. I'm all about, once you start having sex with them, being very clear about your expectations. I'm also about trying to carry on a relationship for as long as it can possibly go before you invite another person into the dynamic. I know some of you in my chat are polycule freaks. I know some of you in my chat are threesome freaks. I know some of you are antinatalist and all that kind of stuff. But what I have found to be true, not just from political or cultural temperament, but also through experience, is that promiscuity is an extremely unstable lifestyle. You go to the bar, you find somebody, you get wasted, you hook up with them, and then one of you gets pissed off at the other one for something. You go to the bar, you meet your friends of a friend, and then you hook up with them, and then one of you is going to get pissed off about something. You know, like eventually it's just a cycle of the highs of seduction and the highs of orgasm and then the lows of an imploding relationship. And if that's how you want to spend your life until the day you die, go for it. I think you're kind of like a sexually stunted dipshit, but whatever, right? But I do think that Andrew is asking too much, I suppose, of the average human being to be like, hey, not only do you need to not fornicate, you need to go to church on a weekly basis, and you need to commit to the idea of marriage where you find somebody that you love, you stick with them forever, you never have another sexual partner, and it is what it is. And by the way, I say that as somebody who was like married, somebody who did plan on living and dying with one human being. But marriage is also tough. Marriage is hard as fuck. You are basically committed to a single human being, and their happiness, health, and well-being is your business 24/7, 365. And your health and happiness is their business 24/7, 365. And keeping that going for 60 to 80 fucking years is hard. It's hard. That's why I think it's the divorce rate is like 50%. What is the current divorce rate? I think it's 50%. Yeah, approximately 40 to 45% of first marriages in the U.S. ultimately end in divorce. Despite the commonly cited 50% myth, the lifetime risk for any marriage is estimated to be closer to 34%. But still, like 40 to 45% is nothing to shake a fucking stick at. Anyways, moving.
But Catholicism and Orthodoxy is growing rapidly. And if it's the case that the ecclesiastical structure is already there, which it is, right? If you're going to cohabitate with a woman, the thing that you're offering right now is common law marriage anyway, if there's cohabitation at all. You're not protecting anybody from that. At least under my model, it gives an ecclesiastical structure that's designed to prevent divorce by applying community pressure. That was the way it was always done. Apply the application of community pressure within the confines of the woman's social circle.
Beef says, love has difficulty settings. Most of these aren't as difficult as you make them out to be. Bruh. Midgematic said, yes, but did you know 100% of divorces happen after marriage? True. Why didn't I think of that?
Right now, do you agree with me, for instance, that many divorces happen because women like to yap? So you get a freshly divorced woman, and she's free. You go, girl. Girl power. And she starts talking to her little friends, and she starts telling them how liberating it is and how great it is and this and that. And this is why when women have divorced friends, their likelihood of divorce actually rapidly increases. It's for this reason.
Divorce is contagious.
So if it's the case that this social contagion is eliminated because now we have an ecclesiastical structure, an ecclesiastical authority, which won't grant it because you get ostracized from that.
Hold up. BFC Blob John says, yes, it's hard. That's the point. The commitment you swear when you get married. If you don't like that, don't get married. See, I don't agree, man. I don't agree. So I think that marriage is also like an education. So people can have like perfectly decent intended reasons when they get married and they can fall apart, right? Like they can go through, dude. I said this quote before. I'll say it again. Men get married to women expecting their women will never change. Women get married to men expecting that they will change. Now, that's a stereotype. I'm not saying that that's true for every single relationship, but I will tell you that I fit within that stereotype. I think I am approximately the same person with the same personality, with the same interests as I was when I was 25. I might be a little bit longer in the tooth. I have more gray hair. My bones hurt a little bit more, but I still think I'm approximately the same dude. Whereas I will tell you, my wife, particularly after having children, is a massively different person. Her interests are still relatively speaking the same, but the way she perceives the world, the way that she perceives protecting her children, the way that she perceives material success, the way that she perceives, basically like housemaking and all that kind of stuff, all of that completely fucking changed. Like, she kind of shifted into like a hard mode for life performance while also, weirdly enough, wanting to be a stay-at-home wife and live off of a single income. So, you know, that's kind of where it's like that tension, that change in personality, interest, ambition, whatever you want to call it. That was a source of tension where, of course, I wanted to be committed to my wife for the rest of my life. And ideally, on paper, I would love to have lived and died with her and had that as an achievement. But we were only able to make it 15 years. But we learned a lot in those 15 years. She learned a lot about herself. I learned a lot about myself. I think I learned a lot about her. I think she learned about me. Some good things, some bad things. And so, you know, like part of the adventure is growing together, but you don't know what that adventure is until you start doing it. It's kind of like you said, what'd you say? Yes, it's hard. That's the point. That's a commitment you swear to live by when you get married. If you don't like it, don't get married. That's kind of like saying, you know, yeah, the military is hard, but that's what happens when you sign the contract. You know, if you don't want hard things, then don't join the military. I agree with that. But I also think that the military, weirdly enough, is someplace where you can learn a shitload through adversity. And that adversity, just because you don't want that adversity for 20 years, doesn't mean that you shouldn't sign up for 4. So, sorry for yapping so goddamn much, but... Blob says, that's a good point. I think a lot of people don't fully understand what they're getting into is all. A fucking men. Okay? I knew what I was getting into, and sometimes I wonder if the ex knew what she was getting into, because obviously marriage is fucking hardcore. It is hardcore like a motherfucker.
Social group through excommunication, for instance, or not being able to participate anymore with that community. That's an application of a serious and significant social pressure, which can do the very thing you want. Bring back that great institution, absent the state, and it avoids this whole problem of common law marriage. Because if it's the case that you can be common law married anyway inside of a state, and they can get grounds for divorce on that anyway, then we actually need to have some social pressures to prevent them from doing that. So it sounds like we agree marriage is awesome for men. Divorce is terrible for them. So it seems like we should be attacking the divorce structure here, and it doesn't seem like you actually have anything to do that other than just avoid the thing that's great for you, because this other bad side effect could happen.
Sure, that's like smoking cigarettes.
So why don't we attack the bad side effect when we have the mechanism to do it? It's not if, we can do it now.
Okay,
right
so like smoking cigarettes is the same analogy you're saying. Okay, here, cigarettes in this situation, we obviously know it has negative side effects, so you would avoid it. Now, here's the issue that I have with it. It sounds great on paper, but we can't travel to the land of make-believe. It sounds great. The majority of people probably wouldn't do it. And if you ask a guy, which this is an important part, they're not even prepared to even talk about that. They don't even know what divorce laws are. So you're asking them to travel to the land of make-believe under a marriage system that small percentage of people use. No one uses it today. You might have said they used it to the past. Today, that doesn't exist. So we can't travel to the land of make-believe to make marriage work for you.
Ooh, so if I was actually trying to draw out something from this gentleman, I would say it has to be educational. Like, I borderline think that a part of sex ed should be the legalistic ramifications of marriage. And also, like, we talk about sex, we talk about child rearing. Why wouldn't we talk about marriage? I mean, marriage, I don't know how you guys view it. I probably want to do a mind map, but like with marriage, I think the way that marriage largely came about, it used to be a property contract. Like literally it was, your son is going to marry my daughter with, you have to give a dowry. I think it's, the dowry is given to the woman's household, which is basically like a down payment saying, we are not going to like enslave and murder your daughter. So you're going to give us some wealth as a benefit. And then I want to say that there was another thing too. What was a dowry? A dowry is a transfer of money, property, or goods from the bride's family to the groom's, interestingly enough, okay, or the newly married couple. Historically, it was intended to serve as seed money to help the new household establish itself and provide the bride with financial security in the event of widowhood or divorce. From the bride's family to the groom's. Interesting. Okay. Historically, blah, 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 blah. And then what was the, who typically pays for the wedding, though? Who typically pays for a wedding? The bride's family. Oh, shit. The bride's family is getting fucked. Oh, my God. Yeah. Whoops. So the bride's family pays for the wedding and the bride's family has to give a dowry. Damn. Being a woman sucks. Okay. All right. Sorry. I'm going to draw this real quick, okay? Because I think it needs to be drawn. And also, we got 15 minutes before we're hanging out with Ali anyways. But there used to be pile people. I know pile people are still in my chat. But there used to be pile people. And they would just be banging, dude. They would just be banging like crazy. They just go buck wild, right? And then, for the most part, let's make them shorter. Women do be shorter than men, sometimes. Let's make her have the stereotypical shit. All right, here's cave people, okay? And cave people used to be fucking. But cave people be fucking everybody all the time. Cave people were fucking each other. The dudes were fucking the dudes. The chicks were fucking the chicks. They were both fucking rocks. You know? They kind of wild how crazy shit was back in the day. And then what was happening as a result of everybody fucking everybody and fucking rocks and animals and all that bullshit was there was a bunch of kids and nobody knew how to take care of the kids, you know? So these kids are kind of small. Let me make the kids a little bit bigger. Hold up. Wait a minute. Boom. Blop, 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 blop. Blop, 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 blop. But then, because, yeah, flora, fauna, fire. But then, because nobody knew whose kids was whose, because everybody was fucking everybody all the time, sometimes random kid would get killed. They would get eaten by a mountain lion. Or they would die from dysentery. Or they would drown in a lake. Or nobody would feed this kid. Or this kid would get beaten to death. Or this kid would get raped to death. And so as a result, since nobody knew whose kids were whose, and everybody was just fucking each other all the time, and nobody was watching the kids, there was a bunch of kids that died as a result. And so everybody was like, oh, well, you know, I kind of liked that kid. That kid was cool. And I also had sex with, you know, LaGrugga. And so since I had sex with LaGrugga, you know, I think that kid might have been my kid. And so that sucks. My kid died. So what we're going to do instead is I'm only going to have sex with LaGrugga, and LaGrugga is only going to have sex with me. So, as a result, I'm going to know that these kids are mine. And then I'm going to know that Dave and Shaniqua's kids are theirs. Oh, shit. And then I'm going to know that Jeriquias and fucking Janisha, their kids are theirs. You know? And so as a result of monogamy, paternity became more predictable. And by the way, you're saying, no, somebody said, no, this isn't accurate. Dude, if you are telling me that a primary motivation for monogamy was not paternity, I am just going to just text me your address so I can come to your home and beat you. Okay? Just because I don't know in what fucking universe human beings would ever create monogamy without paternity being a very obvious motivation, right? And so, what I would say would happen is, well, when this kid got eaten by fucking mountain lions, and this kid fucking drowned in the river, and this kid died because he was eating mushrooms, we knew who to blame, right? We said, oh, you guys should have been watching your kid more often when they went out hunting. You should have been watching your kid more often when they were, eating berries. You should have been watching, your kid more often when they were swimming in the river, And so as a result, we created a system of accountability where sexual monogamous relationships became advantageous not only for determining paternity, but also for determining like responsibility, like physical and material responsibility. And what I would say, continuing with this line of argumentation anthropologically, is that we were not in like nuclear households. So if you see my drawing and you're like, Connor's making a inaccurate, evolutionarily psychological argument for the nuclear family. No, I'm not. Because obviously within the parent, grandparent, aunt, and uncle dynamic, people looked after each other's fucking shit, but paternity was still determinable. And also property was determinable. So let's go down here. I think the person that was disagreeing with me was mentioning that they think that property was a primary motivation. And I do agree. I don't know if it's a primary and exclusive motivation, but I do think that it's a primary motivation. So what would happen? Blah, 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 blah. I think, and by the way, I'm not saying, I think I just said this, so I'm just repeating myself. I think paternity is an obvious thing. A like obvious motivation for monogamy. But I also think if somebody says property is a motivation, then I just have to fundamentally agree. Right? Because let's say that this couple produced male offspring and this couple produced female offspring, then this couple donated a gift of property. I'm just going to draw a gift, even though they didn't have gift boxes in the ancient world. Let's go ahead and draw a gift box. If the woman's family provided material gifts, goat skins and such, to either or both and let's be real, the dowry might have been paid to the husband's family, and it might have been paid to the husband himself in order to secure the physical security of their female offspring. But let's be real, that wealth becomes generational. So this generational would benefit the future couple, right? And so as a result of this material exchange of property through the marriage compact and contract, the next generation would be more capable. Let me find some kids who aren't dead. The next generation would be more materially capable of getting their own kids and of repeating the cycle. And so as a result, it's effectively like an evolutionarily advantageous system. And weirdly enough, whenever because Vosh used to make like all these arguments of like, we should return to pagan lack of concern, like prehistorical lack of concern with paternity. And we should all just be fucking all the time. And whoever has kids, who gives a shit? You know, we should all just communally, responsibly take care of the kids. For me, while that could sound like good from like a utopian vision of what human beings are, but if we're all fucking each other and we don't know whose kids are whose, and if we're spreading STDs like a motherfucker, and then we just like vaguely agree to take care of the next generation of offspring, dude, I guarantee you there's going to be rape. Guarantee you there's going to be murder. Guaranteeing you there's going to be fucking random kids drowning. Guarantee you there's going to be random kids who fucking die from preventable disease. Guarantee you all that shit is going to like come back with a vengeance in order to fuck over the next generation. Whereas some degree of determinable paternity and some degree of like material wealth propagation is going to be better for the next generation of offspring. And then weirdly enough, this is where I get into a beef with like antinatalists, because antinatalists will say, oh, well, it's all arbitrary because I don't want to have kids anyway. So I just want to stay up here in the prehistoric, pre-Abrahamic sexual pile and just stick my penis in whatever I want to stick it into, because I enjoy sex as a pastime until I die, and I don't care about having kids. Whereas I'm down here saying, like, no, the evolutionary pressures that forced us to develop the social construction of marriage actually make a fuckload of sense if you want to have healthy, happy, responsible children. Now, weirdly enough, I've been going on this rant for a while, and we only have a few minutes until we get to Ali. Excuse me. But what's interesting about divorce, excuse me, let me zoom out and make this thing. The vertical slice has made it. Excuse me. The vertical slice, or I think it's chronologized what I'm describing. So the interesting thing about divorce, copy, paste, and I'm actually going to expand horizontally as well. We need the kids in here too. Let's get the kids. So to me, the interesting thing about divorce is actually the creation of blended families. Okay? Because weirdly enough, this has been my experience so far with divorce, and also what I've seen from other divorced couples, is weirdly enough, oftentimes divorced people are not dating single people. Like, there are a substantial amount, to the point that it's stereotypical, that somebody who gets divorced returns to the sexual pile and just goes and has sex with whoever they want, right? But oftentimes what happens is blended families. And so this is kind of weird, but I'll go ahead and show you anyways. Let's say 3 couples get divorced. All right, let's change these lines to red. So what's weird here is now the parents, if they're not total pieces of shit, they will maintain their familial responsibilities to the children that they have sired as a result of their marriage, they will partner with a new partner. But then, weirdly enough, with blended families, you also take on the responsibility for your partner's children. And so it's this probably, I don't think it's pro-social, because so many kids end up getting like abused or neglected as a result of this dynamic. But I think it's obviously it's better for the parents to maintain their parental responsibilities to their own children while also engaging in some level of parental responsibilities for their, their blended family. Right? It just gets fucking messy. And then not only does it get messy as shit, but property becomes a huge concern. Everybody's fighting about property, who gets what, when, where, why. And then Christmas is a fucking nightmare. Like, dude, matter of fact, I would say the main problem that I have with divorce is fucking holidays. It's literally because, like, my wife, her parents are divorced. So, like, during holidays, not only would I have to go visit my parents, who were still in Florida at the time, but I would have to visit her dad, because her dad did not have a new partner. And so we'd have to celebrate with him because he didn't have as many family members to celebrate with. And then we'd have to go to her mom's too, because if we went and saw her dad, her mom would get jealous. So I had 3 Thanksgivings and 3 Christmases for years. It was a fucking nightmare. And then not just that, my parents are still together, but they had to give some level of deference to the logistical challenges of me and the wife trying to make everybody happy. And so they fucking got shafted too. So it's not fun, It's not fun to have to go to 4 different fucking holidays for a single holiday. It fucking sucks. So Midgematic says, could you not argue that mixed families is further proof that we are a communal species that understands the value of taking care of children that we didn't sire? You can, and I think that I do. So for instance, like, I don't think I have an abusive or nefarious desire towards, like, any partner's children or whatever. And I'm trying to be as understanding as possible. Truth be told, my first partner after I got divorced, she didn't have any kids, but she still wanted kids. So that was kind of like a calculation. And then my girlfriend, we'll see if she's still my girlfriend in a couple of weeks. She already has 2 kids, and I've had to be, like, very respectful of that dynamic and very, like, passive, But can you agree? So even if I agree that my instincts to try to, be passive, but also, friendly to my partner's children, that there's, of course, like, abuse, like, within those dynamics. There's step parents who sexually abuse their stepchildren. There's some kids who get ignored for their future sexual partners. There's kids who, like, the parents are so consumed by the divorce and so consumed by the formation of a new family that they forget their biological kids, So yeah, like, is it possible to have co-parenting, happy, healthy, blended families? Absolutely. Is it also more probable that you're going to have some kind of fuck-ups along the way that are going to be reminiscent to the prehistorical, pre-Abrahamic pile? Yeah, man, it's a fucking mess. It's a fucking mess. And so that's where it's like, reality, I don't know, man. This is just what I guess the reason why I idealize this is because if you can maintain your relationship with a single partner if you can stay with that person for 50 years, if you can still be happy, like on your deathbeds, like not only did you guys have like a rich sexual life where you banged each other for 50 fucking years, but then also you helped raise each other. You know, you had kids together, you raised your kids, you were friends, you know, you traveled the world, you drank coffee together in the mornings, you watched TV shows together, you walked around the neighborhood holding each other's hands. In my opinion, that's the ideal, right? Is you are your friend's or your wife's lover, your life's friend, your life's co-parent, your wife's life partner. That would be the ideal, but obviously life is so much more fucked up and weird than that. So, man, like I articulated all of this, but all I really did was like bamboozle and fucking throw myself in a fucking loop for, you know, how fucked up life is. How monogamy formed how fucked up life is. You know? Take LSD together, maybe, or take shrooms, you know, take shrooms together. That's boomer love. The West has truly fallen. 50 years of banging, wrinkle slapping. Well, somebody's got to slap your wrinkles, don't you think? Oh, shit. Demon King Drago says, can you read my last chat? Marriage was created primarily as a property thing because the woman's consent wasn't required for the marriage until the 11th or 12th century. Who said anything about consent? Dude, this is... Throughout the past 10 minutes of anthropological analysis of sex and the evolution of marriage, I don't think I said the word consent once. Like, all I talked about was paternity and property. Consent was never mentioned. Oh my God. UC says, thank you. This is why I watch you when you're in a good mood, bro. Yeah. Well, I try to make it funnier. Speaking of which, let's talk about terrorism. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if Ali is still down for a 1 p.m. one-on-one. Be there shortly. Okay. Well, let's get... All right. Let me know when I'm just bullshitting with the chat on an Andrew Wilson sex and marriage segment. Oh my God. Yeah. The trial probably had more consent. I doubt it. You think prehistorical, sexual, polyamorous, and polygamist society had more consent? You don't think these were just like apes graping each other? Sorry, maybe I have like a very poor evaluation of like prehistorical humanity, but I'm assuming that if you think consent is bad now, I think prehistorical humanity was probably substantially worse in reference to consent. So, anyways, let's go ahead and let somebody else talk for a minute.
For you. It might work in your marriage, but it doesn't work for the greater structure.
Your argument here contradicts itself because, on the one hand, you say men don't know enough about marriage, but my assumption is that your mission is to let men know about marriage?
Absolutely.
Okay, well then, I don't understand how it's the land of make-believe if you can let them know about this, but I can't?
Sure.
Right,
so you can offer that.
So if I am, it sounds like I'm offering a real alternative to what you're offering, and here's what you're offering. Men, marriage is great. It's a great institution. It's the best for children. These are your words. In marriage, right, men seem to thrive. Their health seems to thrive. Everything seems to thrive. You're saying, well, the problem is that divorce rates are high, and they are. However, there's a few things there that you haven't covered. One, it depends on demographic, too. For instance, if you're black, it's going to be way worse than if you're white.
Correct.
Okay? Way worse. And also socioeconomics matters, right? Demographics, in general matter. So you can do a lot, actually, including prenuptial agreements. You can have a prenuptial agreement with the ecclesiastical authority without the state even involved, and it seems like that would mitigate your risk to damn near nothing.
You said if about 50 times
So did
today.
you.
Now, here's what I'm telling you.
So
I'm
did
telling you
you.
when, all right? We're already
Descriptively, indeed. So, excuse me. How do you enforce contracts without the state, though? And by the way, like, I don't have a problem with saying you have a woman and a man who are raised within a religious institution who agree to some kind of contract before they get married, and then the church puts community on both parties to honor the contract. I don't have any problem with that. But I'm pretty sure fucking, the state is the ultimate arbiter of contracts. So if there was an unfavorable private contract signed by a woman, and then basically she petitioned the state and said, hey, I was raised in a cult-like pressure cooker of a religion, and I signed this contract under duress. I actually want standard marriage and divorce decrees to apply. I'm pretty sure there's nothing within the United States that could stop someone from doing that. So for instance, like, I think the Sharia law applications in the United Kingdom are actually not fully understood by people who are critics of them. Sharia law has specific prescriptions for marriage and divorce. And so when you have a Sharia court, what it's effectively doing is adjudicating the divorce and the marriage based off of Sharia prescriptions. But ultimately, somebody could correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that both parties have to agree to allow a Sharia civil court to administer a marriage and a divorce. So, who is Ali? He's a dude from Lebanon. Any chance you'll do more collabs with Andrew Wilson? Maybe. We'll see. I mean, it's up to him. I'm not opposed to it.
in this system. You're going outside of the system to create a scenario for me to argue
What
against.
system are you going outside of?
We're talking about marriage is typically done with the state. Almost everyone does it this way. So now
Typically
you're
is not-
hold
is
on for a
not
second. Hold on for a
must.
second. You've
Typically
moved the
doesn't mean
goalposts.
anything.
You've moved the goalposts to a scenario of if, and you're arguing
is.
from the if.
Is.
No, hold on for a second. You're arguing from the if perspective.
It is perspective.
No, listen.
It is
Give
the
me a
is
chance to
perspective.
listen.
All right,
give
I'll
me a
give you
chance.
Go ahead.
You're arguing from a very small percentage point. Now you're saying demographics, and we can talk about that, but you're still trying to get me to argue in your cloud of if. That's the land of make believe. Most people, by far, are married to the state. Not only that, your land of make believe still exists. The prenup with the ecclesiastics, you can write whatever you want in that prenup. It only matters in the divorce. That's the reality. So I'm still dealing in reality.
So
You're
am
in
I.
the clouds. Hold on for a second. You're in the
Okay.
clouds. So let's take the demographics.
Okay.
In your scenario, it sounds
B for Brian says, what is that, Google? Well, number one, it's something that was brought up by chat. So I Googled the rape gene. Apparently, based off of the AI summary that I just read, there's a 40% hereditary correlation between people and criminal sexual conduct. So effectively, the argument for the rape gene is that prior to history, prior to marriage, prior to these sexual social constructions that we've made, sexual assault and rape were infinitely more common. And it was probably infinitely more common because men who could not obtain a courtship or a long-term partnership in a society that didn't have defined rules around paternity and sexual relationships, their only chance for propagation was basically rape and sexual assault. And as a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure that if you Google this, I think you have double as many female ancestors. Do you have twice as many female ancestors? Yes, genetic studies indicate we are descended from approximately twice as many female ancestors as male ancestors because it takes one biological mother and one father to create a child. You still have an unequal number of parents, but you trace back it to more unique women in your overall lineage. I don't know if that says the same thing, but let's read these two paragraphs. Throughout human history, a larger percentage of women successfully reproduced, whereas a smaller percentage of highly successful men fathered the majority of children. That actually is saying what I'm saying it is. Pedigree collapse. Because the human population was small and often isolated, marriages between distant cousins were common. This caused ancestors to appear in multiple branches of a family tree, reducing the number of unique male lines faster than unique female lines. So yeah, like if you are a male who is materially, psychologically, physically successful, you are more likely to propagate than somebody who is not. And apparently, over our history as a species, women have found it easier to reproduce and have children than men have. So this whole like social construction of monogamous relationship, where one male and one female pair off and have kids, and then both of them are loyal to each other, and then that's that until they both die, that was really arguably only a like Abrahamic, medieval, Christian, and into modern industrialization. And of course, there was like cheating. Like there was cheating. So like I'm not saying that like, oh yeah, we have this like golden age of strictly adhered to monogamy. But I will say that if your options were be monogamous in a relationship with a woman you kind of love or get killed with rocks, you know, most people would pick be monogamous with a person you kind of love rather than be killed with rocks, you know? And by the way, the whole killed with rocks thing, I know it's a meme, but obviously that attitude still persists in places like Afghanistan and Pakistan. If a woman has sex with a person outside of marriage, they will kill her with rocks. You can find videos of women being stoned to death as recently as like the past 5 years, you know? So, yes, sex is awesome. You know, fornication, unfortunately, I've been there. You know, sex within marriage is awesome. Sex after marriage, weirdly enough, is pretty good. So, sex is awesome. But if you said, "Hey, Connor, have sex with your wife for the rest of your life, or have sex with your wife for the rest of your life, or be killed with rocks," I'm probably just going to be faithful. You know, weirdly enough.
Sounds like, which would be fair, your primary concern is with white people.
No, it's with
Hold
all
on for a
people.
second. You said with black people, the demographics, the chance is higher.
Yeah.
Stoning is biblical. Come on. Are you retarded? Like someone somewhere, you are like one of my least favorite chatters because you always say something that has nothing to fucking do with anything. You understand that Islam is an Abrahamic faith, right? Abraham faith, meaning that the Muslims who are stoning people to death now also believe in Jesus as a prophet and Abraham as a prophet. So they trace back their moral lineage, their spiritual lineage to the Bible. What the fuck?
So have you discovered the ecclesiastics approach to black people married within this?
Yes.
However, their demographics, economics, which all do affect marriage, has nothing to do in the land of the clouds or the make-believe with ecclesiastics. It's all going to boil down to in the law. And there's no church reverend that's going to go into your household to make sure there's social pressure on your wife. Do you know
yes,
any?
sir. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know any that can cover all marriages? That
Yes.
answer is no.
Yes. And by the way, when you keep
Are we in reality here?
I'm
or are we in
trying-
the clouds?
when
I mean,
you're-
we're
when
not
you're-
we're not arguing
I was
anything
just trying-
legitimate.
I was just
this
trying
is
to-
this is in the land of make believe.
Well, when
We
I'm
don't have
allowed to
enough-
respond, let me
Okay,
know.
give me a second.
Go
Let
ahead.
me finish this point.
Yo, where's Mao? There we are. Boom.
With one woman for the rest of your life was preferable to getting beaten to death with rocks. So we were having an interesting conversation. So
Well, if I have the choice.
what's that? Yeah, if you had a choice between monogamy and getting killed with rocks, which one are you choosing?
Monogamy seems like
Yeah,
the,
I think it
logically
makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to start off the conversation bad faith but also humorous. Hi everyone. This is my friend Ali. He's going to tell us why terrorism is awesome.
Hell yeah. Actually, I'm going to tell you. Actually, I'm not going to tell you why terrorism is awesome. I'm going to tell you why Connor himself, if given the placement, I think you would have been Hezbollah. I don't
Of
think. I
course.
think you would have. Yeah, yeah. So I
No,
don't think
but
you
but
think
but if I was
terrorism is a
in
thing.
Ireland, I would have been Irish Republican Army. That doesn't mean that it would have been good for me
No, I
to
think it's
blow up Prince Mountbatten or whatever the fuck his name was. Okay, sorry. I know I'm jumping ahead real quick, and I think we probably should establish some more conversation stuff. But even if I was born in Ireland or Northern Ireland and I became an Irish partisan and I put a bomb onto a boat with a English royal person and killed adolescent kids along with the royal person, that wouldn't make it good. Even if I did
Well,
it.
nothing is good. All of war is bad. So like, because like you're gonna do something like, well, Americans have done this and Israel has done. It's like, listen, man, everyone's killed kids.
No, this is going to be the
everyone's
crux of the
killed with
argument right
bombs.
here. So sorry. Go ahead, please, because I did a bad faith and humorous introduction. Please introduce yourself to my chat, who you are, what you're about, what we're going to be talking about today.
All right. Well, what up, everybody? My name is Ali. You can find me on YouTube, although I haven't posted anything at Project Socio. Videos coming soon. Just got a lot of shit going on in my life. Actually, Connor, having a kid. Woo! It's a boy. We are close in time, so you know, mashallah, smallah, and all that.
All
God
the
bless.
fucking all the white people and now the Hispanics are failing me. So it's only the moose lambs who continue to have kids. And as much as I don't like radical jihadism, I am a fan of having kids. So congratulations.
There was a contemplation of naming my son Jihad, but like, you know, we avoided that one.
Okay.
That is a name. That is a name. My friend's name is actually Jihad. It's quite interesting. But
yeah, and I'm sure he got tons of shit in middle school and high school for being was he raised in Lebanon or was he raised in the Western world?
We grew up in Dearborn, baby, little Lebanon. There was no racism towards us. You couldn't say shit to the majority. You want to talk shit to the majority? What?
Your white teachers were like, Ali, present. And then the little fucking kid was like, jihad. And it's like, present.
Yep. And you couldn't say nothing. Listen, you know
dude, they should have said something. They should have been like, what the fuck? Dude, that would be like me naming my kid the Reconquista. All right, never mind. This is based. I'm naming my kid Reconquista.
And so I don't think, listen, there's an amazing thing about growing up as a minority in America, but a majority in your city.
Yeah.
It's quite
I hate it.
For
I
all
hate
this
it with
talk
every
about
fiber of my
enclaves.
being, yeah.
All this talk about enclaves and so on and so forth. Listen, man, God bless America, baby. You know, that gave me the more like, I like America more because I was able to experience, you know, not racism. I was able to just be a normal American lad going to high school, going to school. You know, I got to experience the good shit without any of the racism, which is a good perk. But that also gave me mad insight to, like, you know, all the things that are going on in the world. Coming from Lebanon, being Lebanese, being in Lebanon in 2006 when Israel was, you know, cascading bombs all over. As a young American boy, I couldn't even leave the country or leave the war. I had to flee. I had to be a refugee in Syria. And then I had to flee from Syria. So it's like, you know, all these things give me a little bit of perspective. Like when we had the Syrian refugee crisis a while back, it was like, I mean, the Syrians took me as a young American boy and set me free. We should probably take some Syrians in here, no?
Well, it depends on whether or not they're naming their kid Jihad, you know?
Jihad's a fine name. Holy struggle. It's fine.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see. I'm gonna look up Jihad's criminal record later. But anyways, so hold on. I think one of the things that's frustrating because you are, in my opinion, representative of a line of argumentation that is actually like really frustrating for me, especially with like Doobie as well. Doobie represents this thing where effectively I feel like you guys flattened violence. So, for instance, let's say that, I don't know, the United States invades Iraq in 2003, and then between 200,000 people and 1 million people die. Well, I just say, oh, well, the United States kicked off the Civil War, therefore they're responsible for all 200,000 deaths. Or in Syria, like Bashir al-Assad, the United States was supporting the Syrian Democratic Forces and the Syrian Democratic Forces were collaborating with, ISIS and all that shit. Therefore, that kicked off the civil war. Therefore, all 500,000 dead are the United States' fault. And I think there's a moral gradation of like action, consequence, and directness that you guys effectively ignore in order to make everybody as bad as ISIS or Al Qaeda. And I just don't think it's true. But go ahead.
I mean, I liken America to Iran, right? Iran is the largest distributor of terrorism in the world through its proxies. I mean, don't we do the same exact thing?
Yeah,
we
but doesn't
but we do, but,
soft power and hard power is obviously a spectrum. And so like I have no problems with not only do like the United States owning the fact that we support violent paramilitary groups with dubious ethics across the world. That's obviously true. Sure. Yeah. The freedom fighter. Well, hold on.
My issue is though that you guys like look at Iran and go, well, Iran is the largest funder of terrorism.
Because the
like,
moral
we
content. Okay.
Too.
Number one, because the ideology that those people are going to implement should they seize power is important. Number two, the tactics that those people use is important. So hold on. Let me articulate this. So for instance, if the United States supports the Syrian Democratic Forces, and those are actual Syrians who want to overthrow Bashar al-Assad, institute a republic that is representative of all Syrians, and effectively like normalize mixed economy capitalism in Syria. I view that as categorically different than supporting the Contras in South America, who were effectively like they were like a hit squad. They were like a murder squad. And so the Contras were famous for slaughtering like men, women, children who were sympathetic to communism. And so I would view supporting the SDF and supporting the Contras as two different things.
But we did both.
Yeah, we have done both. But I would say
that's kind of what I'm saying.
One of them is worse than the other, obviously.
I mean, sure, but like if we've done it all, then it doesn't really matter if you look at this one instance and be like, well, this was better than that instance. It's like, well, you still did the other thing. And so you can't really be comparable with other groups. I don't think so.
Wait. Hold up. So let's say the SDF, let's say that the United States, I brought up the example of the Contras. But let's say
you're gonna
that
have way more examples than I am, and I'm gonna be just rebutting because you're smarter and more historically renowned than me. This is opinions.
That's okay. I can work within like the moral claim.
Yeah.
I can work within the moral claim. So, for instance, like, hold up, you're from Lebanon, right? I'm
from America. I was born here. Just so we're clear, I am an American citizen. Just so we're clear, times like these, you got to be fucking. You know?
Well, okay, so hold up. So let's say, do you have... God, making it specific makes it more difficult. Are you Shia or Sunni?
I'm Shia. And my dad, which you would say I'm from the south of Lebanon. So I'm from Bint Jbel, which would be the south.
Okay.
So all of these things will apply, yeah.
And Lebanon, correct me if I'm wrong, but during the Civil War, during the 1980s, there were straight up like fights between the Christian militias and the Shia militias and the Sunni militias.
Yep.
Right. Was there any, just as trying to think of an idea, was there any militia that was fighting to establish a government that would actually represent every group?
No, but I think that's why you end up with the government that Lebanon has that like sectarian government where the president is Christian and the prime minister is Shia or Sunni, and the speaker of the house is Shia always.
Do they? I mean, I know that it's been a relatively fucking crazy place for the past 40 or 50 years, but my question is, considering that you literally just said that they have 3 different religious groups, now do they work relatively well together? I suppose
they work decently together. Right now, the beef is obviously Hezbollah versus everyone. Right, there are the Sunni and the Christian Lebanese people who are a bit tired of the back and forth war between like Hezbollah and Israel. But Hezbollah is essentially at this point like Lebanon's army. The Lebanese army doesn't do very much or do anything. The government is pretty fucking shitty. I mean, there was like they go years without a government at certain points in time, or without a president even. So it's
So,
like essentially right now the Lebanese army is Hezbollah, whether they want it to be or not.
So, okay. All right. That does make sense. And unfortunately, by making it more specific, I've made it worse. But
And
let's
they have seats
say,
in government. So
let's explore like a hypothetical with Lebanon, though.
yeah.
Let's say that there was a Lebanese army that was representative of Christian, Shia, and Sunni, and basically held everybody's interests as a core. So, like, we're not going to massacre specifically Christian civilians or Shia civilians or Sunni civilians. The only people that we're going to fight are people who do sectarian violence against civilians. So if there is a Christian, like the Phalanges, the Christian Phalanges were the people who perpetuated the Sabra and Shatila massacre, right, with Israel's assistance. So would you view support for that like multi-factional fighting force, even if they weren't in power, as the moral equivalent to supporting Hezbollah?
Probably.
Why?
Because listen, unfortunately, because we do this thing with Israel where Lebanon exists, Palestine exists at a time, Israel comes and then exists. Now you have the Israel fucking with Lebanon. Lebanon's not defending itself properly against Israel. A group forms. Why does a group form? Because they need to defend themselves. So this group forms. And so this group is defending itself or defending its land, and you want me to look at them and like demoralize them for some reason.
Right, because the way in which they defend their land is important. So for instance, let's say that they killed exclusively IDF. They resisted IDF, they shot IDF, and let's say that they actually come into contact with Israeli civilians. Let's say that south of the is it Shatila? No. South of the
Litani River.
South of the Litani River. So let's say south of the Litani River, Israel colonized everything. They put up a bunch of settlements and shit. So the Lebanese army, the multi-ethnic, multi-religious army, comes in and they kill exclusively IDF combatants. And then they send Israeli civilians south without slaughtering Israeli civilians. I'm obviously going to have way less moral judgment for the Lebanese army. Whereas when it comes to Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, all that kind of stuff, they will slaughter civilians like ruthlessly. And you guys just go, eh.
So I had this conversation like years ago. It's the optics that bug you. It's the fact that like
no, it's the killing civilians that bugs me.
Hezbollah doesn't have the like bomb capability. Like their bombs can't reach Israel in the same way that Israel's bombs can reach Lebanon. And so that when they invade, right, like when Hamas invades, right, it's like this ruthless killing, right? But then like when I'm watching like buildings get collapsed, children dying by bombs, I think that's ruthless too. It's just Israel doesn't really do shit on foot. They have the capability to do shit with bombs. So then I'm like,
but this is what frustrates me about
like if Hamas could bomb
though.
Israel in the same way, they probably wouldn't invade and they wouldn't have to do things as ruthlessly, right? They
No,
would just,
no, hold on. No, they would 100%. And then this is where the stats bug me. So, like, I've been seeing horrifying shit for 20 or 30 years now, right? Like I think I was 14 or 15 when I saw 9/11 on live TV, right? And so basically like, since then, I've either been involved in armed conflict, watching armed conflict, seeing people get killed, seeing people get chopped up, seeing people get shot, seeing all sorts of fucked up shit. So when I see a Gazan teenager who is no longer a fucking teenager, literally they are a leg, it's the leg of a 14-year-old child blown off at the fucking hip, and the parents are dragging the leg from the fucking building, screaming and crying because they've lost their child. Obviously that's fucked up. Obviously that fucks with me, right? But I also have to do stats. Like, I just have to, because that's the way armed conflict is done. So, Israel has the military capacity. And by the way, Israel bad, hear me say Israel bad before I start this line of argumentation.
This isn't about Israel bad or anything. We're actually just having a real
but I just don't want you to be like, oh, well, you never criticize Israel. Like, no, if you want me to criticize Israel, I'll criticize Israel. But let's go through this. So Israel has the military capacity to drop a 500 or 2,000 pound bomb on every single building in Gaza, which they arguably did with 80% of the buildings being destroyed. But the population deaths are 70,000 for a civilian population of 2.2 million.
Yeah.
So if they were as vile and
PR.
evil as you accuse them of being, which by the way, they can still be plenty fucked up, but if they were as vile and evil, why isn't the death toll 2.2 million instead of 70,000?
Well, because they're smart.
Well, right, but then shouldn't we be arguing that Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis should be smarter?
The population slowly. No, they don't have the privilege. They don't have the privilege to be smart. They kind of just have to be on full attack. They're in defense mode. Whereas Israel,
well, hold on. If the Houthis had solely used helicopters and or SPV drones in order to blow up exclusively the engine compartments of commercial vessels, I don't think I would have a leg to fucking stand on in reference to criticizing the Houthis. The only reason why I have the capacity to criticize the fucking Houthis is because they fucking randomly missile and blow up commercial vessels, and they've already killed like a dozen civilians and kidnapped another few dozen
they were
civilians.
random. I think they were specific. No,
they weren't. They were blowing up Liberian ships.
Yeah, weren't they saying any ships that were going towards or to Israel that they would hit those ships? And then
but they didn't verify which ships were which.
And that's why America made the deal and said, hey, you can't hit our ships. And then they were like, okay, we won't hit your ships. Right?
No, I don't think this is accurate at all. I think that's what they say. I don't think that's what they do.
That was like the agreement or the talk that that was said. Like I'm just saying that they.
Are you talking about Trump or are you talking about before Trump?
No, it would be Trump that had the conversation, I believe.
Okay, I'm sure Trump bombed the shit out of them and said, stop fucking with American vessels. But if you actually go to the Red Sea Crisis Wikipedia page, they're not differentiating between Israeli-bound commercial vessels. They're just blowing up commercial vessels.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they don't have the privilege to be so specific. I don't think so.
Okay, but before,
the have the capability
dude, this is like the privilege.
to do this pragmatic.
So hold on, like they can't
get
GPS, they can't get Google, they don't have internet in Yemen at all.
I also think they don't care necessarily to.
Well, then why should I feel bad about them getting bombed?
I didn't really say feel bad for them getting bombed. I'm just saying that like we also don't do the care all the time either. In the beginning
we
of
put in
Iran,
this is where I'm going to push you. Sorry, go ahead.
Didn't America blow up a school?
Sure.
In Iran? So like I mean like,
do you think that was on purpose?
I think it was negligent.
It's definitely negligent.
Which might as well be on purpose. I don't think they care.
See that, dude. This is so silly to me, dude. Have you ever engaged? Like, have you ever? No, that's the wrong way to phrase it. So. What frustrates me about this conversation, but, this is part of the reason why I wanted to have it, is I was a cop, right? So let's say that there's a guy, he has a gun and a knife, and he's like, I'm going to run around and I'm going to stab and shoot everybody, and I just shoot him to death. Obviously, nobody's going to give a shit about that. He was an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to other people, right? Then,
where are you?
What's that?
No, whoa. Are you at like a park? Are you at like are you in?
That's exactly where I was about to go. That's exactly where I was about to go. So let's say that I am looking for this guy and I find somebody who matches his description, but then it turns out to be a totally innocent guy and I shoot him to death. Well, obviously, it wasn't my intent to kill the wrong guy, but I did. And I think that carries a different amount of moral weight. And then the same thing with, let's say I'm at a park, which was the example that you brought up. Let's say I'm at a public park and he has a gun and a knife and he's like, I'm gonna start fucking killing everybody. And then I mag dump his ass and then I kill a toddler who's behind the bad guy, right? To me, you should be judged morally on a spectrum differently for each set of actions. And you shouldn't say, oh, well, the guy who had a gun and a knife and he was just going to start shooting toddlers in the face, and the cop who shot him and hit a toddler are morally equivalent. That's fucking crazy.
They're not equivalent, but you're also, so you said you mag dumped into this guy, right? Which means you're kind of just shooting in a frenzy.
Most of the time, I kind of did that for like hyperbolic effect, but let's be real, in armed conflict, most people are being aggressive. So mag dumping, like from a metaphor standpoint or an analogy standpoint, oftentimes under adrenaline, people they do crazy shit when they're in armed conflict.
Yeah.
So you coming back and saying like, oh, why didn't you just shoot him in the leg? That I hate to say it, but that's gay. So,
I mean, sure, that can be gay, but like it saves a child.
Sure, but at the same time, like if you go through that, another point of frustration.
But that's the same thing, right? The same thing with the Houthis. It's like, yeah, I mean, you can be like all precision, but that's gay. Like, let's just fucking
but I'm gonna be
guys
gay.
Cannot go through this fucking Red Sea. So it's like,
yeah, but okay,
you want them to be gay.
Here's the other. Problem.
In a moment of adrenaline, you just said, in a moment of adrenaline.
But for them, it's not a moment of adrenaline at all. They're basically taking measured shots against every commercial vessel. That there's no exigent circumstance for them to do it.
Making a decision to actually do this and engage in this type of escalation is your adrenaline's going to be up, brother. You are essentially,
but they're blowing up random commercial vessels.
Yeah. So for what reason, right? They didn't just do this randomly.
Yeah, they did it for, well, at least their stated reason is because there's a genocide in Gaza.
Hmm?
Right.
Yeah, so we believe people with their stated reasons. Right?
Okay, but here's another point of frustration. 70,000 dead since October 7, 2023 is not the same thing as the fucking Holocaust. I hate to say it, but it's just fucking true. In the Holocaust, they lined those bitches up and they fucking shot them in the back of the head. So if you wanted to say, oh, this is the equivalent of the Holocaust, therefore we need to take action, we should have 2.2 million dead, not 70,000.
My line of argumentation, you can watch any debate I've been in. I've actually never said genocide. I've said perceived genocide. Like, people believe there's a genocide happening.
Yes.
I said ethnic cleansing is definitely what's happening. I said ethnic cleansing is definitely the plan, right? I said they can't do a genocide because they would just lose. You wouldn't have Israel anymore if they actually genocided the Palestinians. With all this talk of like, if Israel wants to nuke Palestine, they could. Yeah, well, if they did, they wouldn't exist anymore. Then all the countries surrounding them would have every reason on earth to do whatever they wanted to do. But they can't do that.
Why is it?
So they
but
can
is it
ethnically
not the
cleanse
moral
slowly.
pretext? But is the moral pretext? So, for instance, if I kill somebody under a false moral pretext, let's go back to shooting the fucking guy, thinking that he's a serial killer, but he's actually not a serial killer. He's innocent is probably
false
the
moral
wrong
pretext
term.
being like the genocide.
Let's say actually hold on, for the sake of the analogy, I'm going to make it even more messy. Let's say I shoot a guy who I thought was a serial killer, but then it turns out he's like a robber. You know what I'm saying? Like he hasn't killed anybody, but he's still a bad guy.
Yeah,
well, this would be like I guess this would be like the Houthis' argumentation. It's like, oh, well, maybe it's not a genocide, but he was a bad guy, so fuck him. But that's like,
so I think
obviously we would still morally criticize you for that action if you thought it was somebody else and you killed him.
So this is actually what I think. I think the argumentation is that everyone knows that Israel is doing everything up to a fucking genocide. And personally, if you ask me, man, destroying because there's property rights for people, and we had this whole thing during BLM where what's his name, Kyle Rittenhouse, was defending property rights and property values, and so they destroyed all the property in Palestine. So right now, people don't have places to go. Essentially, that is you genocided the land. Right, where are these people going to go back?
If you use the vague UN definition, I think you could say like that there's a subcategory of it where it says like bringing about conditions such that it's impossible to live or whatever. Like you could throw that. The reason why I don't get hammed up on the fucking genocide term is because I think that I have World War II brain because I'm a millennial. So my grandparents were World War II veterans. So for me, when you use the term genocide, I think people, side, kill. That's what I think. So I think Holocaust, internment camps, mass executions, pits, gas chambers, fucking all that bullshit, right? That's what I think of.
I understand.
So when I
They did very good at painting that specific version of a genocide as a genocide, but yeah.
Yes, but when I see 80% of buildings destroyed, people living in tents, cholera, malaria, whatever, basically killing people not through direct conflict, but through whatever, I see ethnic cleansing or ethno-religious cleansing, I should be specific, because the Israelis are basically saying, I don't want, we want all of the territory south of the Litani, west of the Jordan, north of the Egyptian border, and there's these Muslims here, and they're kind of a pain in our ass, and they won't go away. So we are going to make it like, if they want to be token minorities inside Israel, I think you called them dogs by the other time we talked, which was kind of fucked up, but that's okay. But if they want to be like good Muslims and become citizens and work at the local falafel shop and all that bullshit, then we'll have the good Muslims in, but we're never going to let them get past 20% of Israel's population demographically. You can only be a good Muslim. And if you fight for Palestine, fuck you. We're going to push you east of the River Jordan, south of the border with Egypt and Saudi Arabia, and north of the Litani River. So yeah, it is fucking ethno-religious cleansing, like 100%.
Yeah. So
yes. Which is bad, by the way. It's bad.
I mean, it's terrorism, but
see, and that's where you get with the fucking loose words again, man. Terrorism. What do you mean when you say terrorism?
When I was in Lebanon in 2006, there were bombs dropping. They bombed the airport. I couldn't escape. People died. Civilians died. I could have been one of those civilians. I actually saw a bomb. It was far away, but I saw one. I saw one go. It was like, oh shit, that's a real bomb. I was 13. So
yes, but you're doing the linguistic equivalent of like Michael Scott with a hate crime, where he says you hate crimed me. And then fucking Stanley, the black guy, is like, that's not a hate crime. And he's like, well, it was a crime and I hated it. Like, dude, that's what you're doing with terrorism.
Wait, are you saying it's not terrorism? Because
yes, it's not terrorism. It's not a non-state actor slaughtering civilians for a political purpose. You could call it war
for a political purpose. That's war, but when you kill them for a political purpose, it's
repeat that, and I might literally agree with you. Repeat it.
If you bomb civilians for a political purpose, it's war. When you go in and you kill them personally, that becomes terrorism.
But it's a definition of state versus non-state actor, 100%. So, for instance, when Germany went into Poland, invaded, segregated the population, and then eventually liquefied them or whatever, I wouldn't call that terrorism because they're not a non-state actor. They're a government.
What do you call it?
Right?
So
I would call it everything that it was. I would call it war crimes, ethnic cleansing. I would call it genocide. I would call it all of those words. But I would never call it terrorism.
So what does the word terrorism mean?
Because
if you can do all of those things, but you're a non-state actor, therefore, So Hezbollah is terrorists because they're non-state actors. Versus if the Lebanese army was doing this, it would just be
war. It'd be war. Yeah.
Wait, how does that make any sense?
It 100% makes sense, and I'll explain to you why.
Okay. So within Lebanon, there's a group of people in the south, right? They're looking at their government. They're looking at the world going around them. They're saying hey, our government isn't doing shit. We need to form a militia, take up arms, and defend our land, right? These people are non-state actors now. Now, because of the way that they defend themselves in this war against a state actor, the state actor doesn't do terrorism against them, but they do terrorism, but they're just engaged in war.
Well, yeah, because literally the difference would also be the explicit desire, the explicit targeting of civilians to achieve fucking political aims. So hold on. Let me explain this because I think I'll be able to at least make you see my perspective, even if you don't agree with it. Okay?
Yeah.
So the reason why we've made this delineation in the West is because we are a republic with the rule of law, meaning that despite the fact that we have militias, we are supposed to abdicate our ability to perpetuate violence against each other to the state unless the state becomes insanely like beyond salvation, right? So we trust cops to engage in law enforcement. We don't do law enforcement as citizens. We trust the military to fight wars on our behalf. We don't have civilian mercenaries, although weirdly enough, sometimes we do. But
we do. We have security, and we do have people that form small militias.
Sure, but nobody would ever deny that they were militias, right? Nobody would ever deny that they were security. And if they slaughtered civilians in order to express a political perspective, we would never deny that they were terrorists, because we're putting terrorist within a certain category of moral wrong, because not only are you slaughtering civilians, but you're also taking the authority of the state for yourself. You're a rogue, you're a renegade, you're a rebel. You're not endorsed by a state.
Except for the case of Hezbollah, where they do have a seat in parliament, but that's a different conversation.
But even then, that would just justify basically the Israel saying, oh, well, Hezbollah, by having a representation in the seat, this means that the Lebanese government is effectively endorsing the slaughter of civilians for political reasons. Therefore, fuck them. They're a terrorist state. We're going to fuck them up. And by the way, you said something else too. You said, defend our land. Okay.
Yeah.
So defending our land means somebody comes at you and they aggress upon you and then you kill them. That doesn't mean that you go into their territory and then shoot women and children, because women and children are not capable, non-military women and children are not capable of aggressing upon you. You can't defend yourself.
I'm pretty sure
against women and
Hezbollah
children.
formed because Israel was infiltrated in Lebanon.
I'm sure. So, for instance, like in
so
the
then you are on
1990s
your land. So you're not a civilian if you're on someone else's land. If you're,
But
if
hold
you're
on,
part
hold
of
on,
some
hold
type
on.
of, like,
But this is where we had a category difference during the war on terror between terrorist and insurgent. I don't know if you remember those words, but
not particularly, but yeah.
But Iraqi insurgents were not necessarily, some of them were not necessarily attacking Iraqi civilians. They were attacking Iraqi army, Iraqi police, and they were attacking United States forces. But we put them in a separate category from terrorists like Al-Qaeda and ISIS, because Al-Qaeda and ISIS were slaughtering civilians. Whereas the Sadr brigades, Muqtada al-Sadr, the Mahdi army, to my knowledge, was not attacking civilians. They were only attacking Sunni militias.
Civilians, or was there a civil war which Shias were a part of, would be part of that sect of like group, like Hezbollah, Harakat Amal, so on and so forth? They would just be Shias, and if there's a civil war, it's not that you're like attacking civilians, it's that there's a civil war and people are attacking each other.
Do you believe in a differentiation between combatants and civilians?
Yeah.
Okay, so for instance, if
but I'm saying, like, during these times, I'm sure like all groups were engaged in, like, civilians were dying within these like attacks and wars. And, like,
sure, but I'll bring up a
Civil War. So
specific.
that's what. Yeah.
This is why I don't like, but this is where I don't like your flattening of the violence at all. So, for instance, in 2008, while I was in Iraq, there was a suicide bombing where a terrorist organization, and I'll use the word terrorist specifically, they went into a mental health facility. They kidnapped 2 people with Down syndrome. They put suicide vests on them. They walked them into a pet bazaar. I think it might have been in Baghdad. I could take a look. They walked them into a pet bazaar that was a business that was effectively starting to pop off, and they detonated 2 Down syndrome people. I don't view that as justified violence in a civil war.
Yeah. So yes, fair. But like, what's it? Like, that's why. Well, I'm kind of specific.
No, hold up. Right there, if you had a Mahdi army militiaman, so let's differentiate between insurgents and terrorists. Let's say a Mahdi army insurgent guy, he gets into a gunfight with American forces, and he accidentally hits a few civilians who are running in the fucking background. Do you want to say the Mahdi army guy, who is an insurgent, is morally equivalent to the terrorist who can see? But dude, that's what drives me fucking crazy, because then you guys say like uniformed armed services following the rules of engagement are terrorists. And that's not what we're talking about. That's not, we need to morally differentiate between these actors, because what you're doing by basically making a terrorist the same as an insurgent, the same as a combatant, the same as a civilian, in my opinion, you're providing cover for the actual terrorists who kidnapped 2 Down syndrome people and blew up a fucking market in Western Iraq.
My issue is to the people on the land that the attack occurred on, it doesn't matter the definition of like insurgent or combatant or whatever it is. So like for the schoolgirls that got that got bombed in Iran, right? To their families, all they know is America is at war with the Ayatollah, and they sent a bomb, and 13 or however many, I think it was 170, a bunch of schoolgirls died.
175.
That's all people know and or see, right? We can sit here and be like, well, was it intentional? And then if I say, well, it was negligent, which might as well be intentional. And it's like, well, no,
I don't think negligence and intention are the same thing. Literally, we were reading a murder case earlier today. We have different categories for intentional and unintentional homicide. The reason why manslaughter exists, the reason why unintentional homicide or criminally negligent homicide. Hold on, I need to make this point. The reason why these categories exist is because if somebody commits manslaughter, where they kill somebody on accident, versus somebody is a serial killer who kills dozens of people, let's say both of them kill 12 people. The person who engaged in manslaughter or the person engaged in a criminally negligent homicide, they get literally a lower sentence in the American judicial system, even if they killed the same amount of people as a serial killer, because we're evaluating intent.
Okay.
And I don't think you oppose that.
I don't oppose that, but then like we do the history thing where it's like, well, we probably don't get to where we are now in Iran specifically if we didn't do what we were doing in the 50s. That leads to us having a Shah, or that then leads to us having the Ayatollah and the IRGC. And so it's like, well, because of America, we have this Ayatollah, and then this Ayatollah imposes all these shit, and then now we have sanctions imposed on us, and Iranians are fucking suffering, right? And then after all of that, the IRGC is just taking all of its money and funding proxies around the world to fight Israel. Meanwhile, Iranians are suffering, and then America drops a bomb on a school. And it's like, well,
Who do you want to
it's
win?
not terrorism.
Who do you want to win? So for instance, let's say that we could have, what's that?
Who do I want to win what?
So in my mind, power abhors a vacuum. Okay.
Yeah.
There will be an ideology that dominates the planet. So it could be communism, it could be capitalism, it could be Islamism. And realistically, what's going to happen is we are going to have a decade, centuries, millennia long fight between these different ideologies and how much they dominated the world. Okay. So if Iran was, if the Shiite clerics were capable of implementing their maximalist worldview, then the world, number one, the entire world would probably be Muslim, number one. Number two, they would probably be specifically Shia. Number three, Iran would assert its greatness as the Persian Empire, and it would be one of the greatest players in Eurasia. Like, I almost guarantee you that, like, if they were able to do that. But they aren't. Whereas with the United States, in my opinion, it's like we want everywhere to have a McDonald's and a Gap and to have cable television and air conditioning and cars and all this bullshit. Because the truth is that we don't necessarily give a fuck what you believe as long as you're capitalist and as long as the oil is flowing. Right? So when you're talking about the Shah and the dictator and all that kind of stuff, the reason why we had the Shah was because he made sure the oil was moving to the United States against communism during the Cold War. And so for me, it's like, that's the calculation. Do you want communism to win? Do you want capitalism to win? Do you want America to win? Or do you want Islamism to win?
And in your calculations right now, you think America's winning in this long-term endeavor?
100%.
I'm going to tell you, and I don't like it. China's winning. China's winning so hard. It's not good. It's not a good thing that China's winning. They are. America.
I think you just prefer them. I don't think they're winning shit, but continue.
I prefer them. I don't.
Well,
like
you
Chinese.
probably think they're
I don't like
less
China.
of assholes because they're not up in everybody's business all the goddamn time.
No, I think so. Like, I think that us being in everyone's ass is to our detriment. I thought we thought we could handle things the way that we've been handling them for so long, as being like the superpower and doing things through like war and doing things through bombs. And it's just not fucking working out for us. I think that we're
Not
involved in
working out.
other
Hold on.
places.
You need to clarify not working out for us.
Okay. Couple things happening in the homestead, right? I think we are more divided than ever. I know you said that we're in the most like peaceful time that we've ever been in.
Statistically.
But like statistically, sure, perception wise, that doesn't matter, right?
Perception wise, the average American is a fucking retard. Like seriously,
yeah,
like
they are. Yes, I agree. Most people are retards,
Okay.
but that works against your argument, not for it, right? You
No, it doesn't.
pay attention
We
to
successfully
Yes, it does.
enslaved the dipshits in order to be
statistics.
Uh-huh.
No, you pay attention to statistics and you know historical analysis and you know all of these things. The average person, buddy, the average person is looking around and is like, yo, there's a fucking person getting shot on live TV every week. That's what they think, right? If you ask the average person how many, this is it, how many black people are being killed by cops every year, right? That question will kind of put you in the frame of how violent people think America is. On average, it's around like 12 to like 90. I don't know, 10 to 90 is like the average. People think it's like in the thousands. Right. And so it's like, yeah. So people think right now is more violent than it's been in a long time. They see ice in the streets. They're seeing more protests. You're seeing like people like Charlie Kirk being shot. This president in our lifetime has had 3 attempts on his life.
Yeah, good. Fuck him. He deserved every single one of them.
Fucking time. Yeah. So people think we are in probably the more violent times. And also like for like economy, right? People feel like they're the brokest they've ever been, whereas the statistics say we're the best we've ever been. So
we're
like,
not.
It doesn't really matter what the stats say.
Hold up. When it comes to economics for the middle class and the working class, there actually is a huge problem right there with wealth disparity.
Mm-hmm.
So like the GDP being through the fucking roof doesn't mean anything if people feel like they can't get by. So that is the one thing that I would actually take exception for. But I would say when it comes to violence statistics, we're actually doing good. And then also when it comes to perception.
Yeah, and the stats.
Hold up. When it comes to perception, we had the Rodney King riots in the 1990s. We had a shitloads of riots of 60s and the 70s that were race riots that killed thousands of people. We had from the 1970s to like the early 1990s, we had literally double our homicide rate. We have 5 per 100,000 right now. We were at 10 per 100,000 in 1992.
Sure.
So what I'm saying though is people they bitch about it on social media. They watch the news. They do all this bullshit, right? But at the same time, what do? And what do you do? And what do I do? We wake up, we complain, we get some coffee, we go to work, we pay our bills, we come home to our little fucking mama if we got a little mama, and then we fucking watch some Netflix and then we go to bed. And that's what Americans fucking do.
No. But that right there, that's what Americans used to do. People aren't doing that anymore.
What are you talking about?
I come into this space as the average person, right? This is my voice, and I'm looking around and I talk to normal people. Right now, I'm in Massachusetts. I work at a dispensary, brother. Okay, I talk to a lot of people. I'm the bartender of the land. Okay, yeah. Everyone I speak to is at the straw is about to fucking break. The straw's coming. The camel's back is about to break. These people are done going to work, coming home, and just fucking living their mediocre lives. They're at their wits' end. They can't afford shit. Their gas is expensive. They can't go on vacation. They're not enjoying anything. There's nothing to be proud of being an American anymore. Everyone wants to leave, but they can't. Everyone wants to do other shit, but they can't, which is why you have this whole like communist socialist like revolution that's going on with these people. I don't think it's real communism, right? Because I've heard Strader Aid and I've heard these people talk, and when they say communism and seize the means of production, they're talking like thousands of years later. They're talking about post whatever the fucking it is.
They want to be Scandinavia. They want social democracy.
Yeah. All anyone actually sees is Europe, or right now Israel, right? Where they're like, well, they have free school and healthcare. How come we don't have free school and healthcare? Aren't we the superpower? Aren't we America? Blah, 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 blah. But I can't even afford, bro. But people can't afford their rent right now. So like, as much as like the stats are saying that people are nostalgic for the 90s. right? Right now, people don't look at the 90s and go, that was a time of violence and a time of crime. They look back at the 90s and go, that was a time of abundance. People could afford their shit. Christmas was decadent. We didn't have all this neutral tone bullshit. So no, right now, people are disillusioned. And what's going on with our governments is we're constantly at war with the Middle East. We're constantly doing wars in other places. Whereas when we look at China, right, with the PR, right, the propaganda that's coming out of China that is effective on the 90% of retards that live in this country, right, is the propaganda from China is, hey, they do soft power in Africa. They're getting into soft power in Europe. And if you look at their society, their people, for as much shit as we've talked about their people and communism and blah, 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 well, they have this hyperrail. They have really cool looking buildings. They get all this cool tech. They have the fake Supreme store and the fake Nike, and they're living what we like, the America that we wanted in the 90s. They have that. They're looking at Dubai and they're looking at the Middle East and they're going like, well, hey, in the 90s, this was a fucking desert. Now they have the Burj Khalifa. These are our allies. Aren't they the people who aren't Saudi Arabia the people who did 9/11? How come they're thriving so fucking much?
Dude, but
Meanwhile,
all you've done for the past 5 minutes, though, is articulate 80 and 90 IQ fucking TikTok talking points, bro. So, for instance,
that's how the world works.
we had our and they vote for fucking people who are smarter than them, who end up taking advantage of them. Part of the reason why I'm a Republican. I believe in representative democracy because I think the average person is too fucking stupid to know what the fuck is going on. We had our own version of the Burj Khalifa, but it wasn't a century ago. It was in the 1970s. It was called Las Vegas. You know, we also had a city, a boom town that was built off of cocaine. It's called Miami. Like, dude, we're still coming off of the boom. Yes, but at the same time, that's a perception issue because there's different stages of development.
Everything.
There's different stages of development. You can't grow forever at the rate that you are when you're first born. The United States is maturing economically compared to, dude, we didn't even have the national highway system until 1940. Like probably like, I don't know, between 60 and 70% of the fucking cities in this country were probably like 2/3 less in population 2 generations ago. So we're hitting a different stride. And by the way, here's the other thing about the Chinese stuff. Hold up. I listened to you fucking give me 80 and 90 IQ fucking TikTok points for a minute. So with fucking China, dude, what people don't see is the fucking, is the cultural genocide of the Uyghurs in fucking Xinjiang. What they don't see is the fucking Hong Kong protesters getting zip-tied and thrown into the fucking river so they drown to fucking death. What they don't see is the fact that within state capitalist authoritarian fucking China, yeah, you can be a billionaire until the state decides that you are getting a little bit too spicy with your criticisms of the CCP. And so as a result, they confiscate all your fucking wealth and throw you in a fucking prison never to be seen from again. Yeah. And if anybody brings you up, then that's viewed as like, well, do we need to send you to the same prison that we sent him to because you keep bringing him up?
Correct.
So that's some evil fucking shit. And I think the United States, as fucked up as it is better to its competitors.
Perception is everything. Right now in America.
Perception is everything to fucking dipshits.
Yes, and dipshits run your country. So, like, what do you...
No.
Dipshits vote.
Actually, powerful people run our country.
I apologize. Dipshits vote for the people who run your country, right? Which is why right now you have what I see as one of the biggest problems is that the Democratic Party is just an anti-Trump party, and the Republican Party has nothing to really offer the average American person, like in a real way. So all we're having is a anti-Republican, anti-Democrat back and forth consistently that people are sick of, and when people are sick of that, they go to the extremes, right? They're either going to go Andrew Wilson or they're going to go Hassan Piker, right? And so right now, what's happening in New York is you're seeing all the DSA people winning, which obviously they're going to win, and you're seeing libs and the left kind of going back and forth. So perception really is everything. If your people are infighting while other people have the perception of being successful and succeeding, while we're looking at them and admiring them, when we should be admirable of America, Americans don't have anything to aspire to, brother. There's an issue.
No, okay, so hold on. The part that I agree with is that we are in a spiritual collapse, right? Like we're We don't have like anything that really unites us. The things that do unite us, like the rock and roll flag and eagle, it kind of feels like a boomer thing now, where it's like, you know, this kind of like unrepentant patriotism that doesn't recognize our fucked up flaws or whatever. That's not the kind of thing that we're going to do. But I also think that you're overestimating the amount to which this affects like the actual economic and day-to-day operations of the American empire. And what I mean by that is that if we have I think the global economy is approximately $100 trillion. Wait, is it trillion? Yeah, because it's like 20. Is it billion or trillion? It's trillion. So. Yeah, because we're at like 20 trillion for the United States, I think.
We do billions on Tuesdays here.
Right. So out of the world economy, though, I want to say 2/3 of it, 2/3 of the world economy are either the United States or our allies. And then also when it comes to the United States military, you know, the largest military on earth, the second largest military, I'm pretty sure, was Iraq. That no longer exists. And then the fucking second most powerful military was Russia, and they're currently getting raped by the Ukrainians. So as much as like we want to bitch and moan like, oh, we're at the height of the empire, from me, what I see is I see Cicero. I see Cato. Those were two people that like lived immediately after Christ during the Roman Empire, and they predicted that the Roman Empire was going to fall. They were both off by hundreds of years. I think Cicero was 200 years off. I think Cato was like 300 years off. And so when I hear you saying, oh, you know, it's over, American empire, spiritual crisis, we're in recession, China's doing better, all I hear is a motherfucker who's like, he's standing on top of the mountain and he's looking down the mountain and he's like, it's so over. We're down in the valley already. But all you've done is you've taken your first 3 steps off of the top of the mountain. There's plenty of space to go.
I don't think we see our downfall soon. I think we're in the teeter. Right now, I think is when we pick either America has another 1,000 years or 500 years, or it has 50 or 100 years. That's the teeter that we're in right now. For me, if you ask me specifically, my promise of America was Did you watch Boy Meets World?
Topanga and growing up in the middle school, Sean, Eric, and falling in love.
They went to college, the whole thing. That, to me, is what the fuck America was supposed to be. The son of a grocer could live in a 3-bedroom fucking large house in Pennsylvania, right? And his dad could buy a outdoor shop and they could thrive, and that's it. People don't have that.
But I think that was a mirage. I truly think it was a mirage.
That's the issue.
No, hold on.
The mirage is capitalism is this great thing.
The mirage, but the mirage is from the 1950s. So in the post-war period, we were still one of the only left major industrial powers. Europe was fucked up. China was developing. Russia was developing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so as a result, tons of people, we were basically like we were the factory of the world before China became the factory of the world, right? And so we were able to create incredible amounts of wealth for the boomer generation, which affected the World War II generation, and it affected the generation immediately after them. And also because of the policies that were put in the 1930s and 40s with the welfare state, basically we had like a robust welfare state that dragged everybody along with us. But we also had stagflation in the 1970s, where basically it's like a combination of like money printing and lack of economic activity actually turbo fucked our economy, which weirdly enough, that's where neoconservatism happens, because the fucking Middle East and North African people, what they said is, hey, America, you keep fucking with us. Fuck you. We're not selling you oil anymore. And then the United States was like, you and what fucking army, bitch? And then we fucking came over and fucked your shit up and fucking forced you to sell us oil. Yes, 100%.
You didn't fuck our shit up.
Correct.
You keep
we
doing
just
this fuck our shit up.
co-opted your royal families and leadership into selling us oil. Like the Kingdom of Saudi was a part of OPEC. I'm like 99.9 that they were a part of OPEC, and they originally told the United States to fuck off, and America was like, bet, bitch. And then we fucking started saying, no, guess who's going to be defending Saudi Arabia from now on? The United States.
Yeah, who do you think's been winning this this fucking up that you keep saying? Like, yeah, you bomb the shit out of people and
Us.
you change some regimes and so we change some regimes.
Dude, you can't
and we
say
do
that
some
you
shit.
fucking won with like a fucking negative 1,000 KD ratio.
Yes, I can.
How?
How many people are moving to the Middle East, Dubai, the UAE right now out of these Western nations since we've propped them up so highly?
Tens of
A lot of
thousands,
people,
hundreds of thousands.
a lot of people, a lot of rich people leave the UK. A lot of rich people leave America. A lot of they go to these
because they're
places.
becoming more capitalistic.
Economically, yeah, sure. But like you keep saying like we won. Like we spent all this money in the Middle East. And
Wait,
we
hold
got into
up.
all these.
You think us making you fat and rich is a loss for us?
Yes.
No, we want you to be
100%.
fat and rich. What? Dude, in Kuwait right now, do you know why?
Yeah.
Booze is banned, right? In Kuwait?
Yeah.
Do you know what the number one thing to do on a Friday night is?
I don't know.
Eat McDonald's.
Oh, that
Eat
makes sense.
Pizza Hut. Go to the mall. Go fuck up
yeah.
some fast food. It is quickly
yeah, get your
becoming
money
one
up,
of the most
baby.
per capita obese places on the planet. You think that's a loss for the United States of America? No, we want you guys to be fat as fuck. What?
They're not all going to be fat as fuck. However,
A substantial amount of them are, though.
What do you consider? What do you consider a win?
I would consider commercial and military dominance of the planet absolutely a win.
Okay, even if your people at home aren't satisfied.
My people aren't satisfied because they're fucking playing PS2s and, well, not PS2s. It's probably PS3s, maybe PS5s if they're rich enough. They're playing PS5s and fucking eating Taco Bell off of fucking DoorDash. Yeah, they're pretty fucking, dude, we have more people dying. Hold on. I want you to think about this. I want you to think about this real quick.
Go ahead.
For 99% of human history, the way that you died was being killed by a large animal, shitting yourself to death, or starving to death. The way Americans die is they're too fucking fat and they're too old. That is victory.
It's heart disease is the number one killer.
Correct. We are dying from being fat.
Yeah, that's not
that
a good
is
thing.
victory.
No, I know you see like a Warhammer world and you're like, oh, the people are slop and they're happy. We like, if we get into, obviously this is an exaggeration. If we get into idiocracy, we didn't win, we lost, right?
Okay, I agree with you that the world could be substantially better than it is now.
No.
So
That's
also,
that's not even what I'm saying. That's not even what I'm saying. So like you said multiple times that we had our boom, we had Las Vegas, we had Miami, we had these places, we had New York, so on and so forth.
I mean, they're still there.
Right now, New York
sure.
is a hellscape. Miami's nothing but BBL bitches and hoes, and Vegas.
Dude, if you're into BBL bitches and hoes, then Miami is paradise.
Miami. No one loves Miami more than me. No one loves more than Miami.
And if you're into your city
American
smelling
city,
like piss and good food, then you love New
American
York.
City in my mind is Chicago. I would never. You couldn't pay me to go to Dubai. I don't want to visit Dubai. I don't want to. However, the issue is we had these booms. People are getting in more towards idiocracy. You're right. People are eating McDonald's and Taco Bell, and they're using Klarna to pay for their pizza, and they can barely afford people can barely really afford to go get McDonald's orders, because if you get a real meal at McDonald's now, it's $22.
It's $20.
You might as well go
I'm
to
with
a
you
fucking
there.
restaurant. So when we're sitting here, when you see a bunch of people sitting here, and then you look over the ponds. You look over the ponds and you see these other to all you're saying about like we want Kuwait fat, we destroyed the Middle East. You didn't. These people are richer. These people are thriving. These people are living better lives than us, and that's what we see. That's the perception.
Capitalists want. Do you think capitalists? Okay. Do you think America? Truly, this feels like we're talking past each other. Do you think Americans?
You're not hearing me.
I am hearing you. In order to win the war in Iraq, do you think we wanted 1 million dead Iraqis?
Who's we?
American imperialism.
Yes.
No. We wanted you.
Less people is easier to control.
No.
If you have people in fear, and if you have people in terror, if you have them dwindled, if you have them weak.
No, and by the way, 80% of Iraqis killed each other. So that doesn't even fucking work. Okay, hold up.
What do you mean? They killed each other.
If we
You
were
came in and
able,
you
hold
saved
up.
them. It
You
works
think
amazingly
if
for you.
George Bush and Dick Cheney You think if George Bush and Dick Cheney couldn't snap their fucking fingers and have a secular democratic republic representative of Shia, Sunni, and the Kurds with human rights for all, but was American friendly and was willing to sell us oil,
I'm sure
if they couldn't snap their fingers without the Civil War, you think they would have wanted to go through the Civil War and kill a million Iraqis just because they hate brown people?
If you had magic powers and you had a genie and the genie would just grant you a wish, obviously you would just wish that the Middle East was like a democratic capitalist nation that was, friendly with America. You would obviously wish that, and then it would just be done.
Okay, so if we're achieving that, but we're achieving that in the long term, what's the problem? If Dubai is based off of capitalism, if Kuwait is based off of fucking capitalism, if they're selling us their fucking oil, they're consuming American cultural exports, and they're relatively fat and happy, how is that not victory?
Because Americans are fucking depressed and sad and broke while they see other countries that we're propping up be rich and fat and happy and have all the things that we say are evil, right? Like the socialist policies that we want, like the people that come in.
We should probably have universal access to health care.
I mean, we should have universal access to healthcare, free schooling. At minimum, we are the superpower, right? We should want our people healthy and smart and educated. It should really be that simple. But
they're harder to enslave when they're smart, though.
Yeah, the issue is, and then now we're gonna get into like my little like conspiracy end of it. Me growing up as a Muslim American, right? I didn't think we were ever really gonna see the levels of Islamophobia that we're seeing like right now are kind of insane. I actually think America's like, I had to learn what fascism was, and now I understand. I'm like, oh shit, we are moving. I see America right now in the same as pre-Holocaust Germany. We're not going to get to like a Holocaust of Muslims or anything, but in the same way that like the rhetoric was building up against Jews, the people that like these people infiltrated our societies, our governments, our so on and so forth. The way politicians are talking about Arabs and Muslims and like foreigners and so on and so forth, we're definitely in that like them versus us within our own land and our own territory, right? Where we really are kind of blaming the immigrants for the fact that we don't have the same lifestyle that they have in Sweden or Scandinavia or the Middle East, even though we are more powerful than all of them and richer than all of them. So yeah, when you say
that's like where the culture war distracts from economic justice. I agree with that statement descriptively. However,
we didn't win. Like Americans are disillusioned. Americans are voting for communists. Americans are doing this whole thing because
I should differentiate. Okay, hold on. I should differentiate for the sake of making it a little bit more clear between the state and the nation. And what I mean by that is state is the government. Nation is the people, country is the territory, and then also, weirdly enough, I think our state, specifically the American state, there is they like to play footsies with powerful American corporations. And so I feel like our state is more privatized or influenced by the private sector than European states.
Our state is doing fine. Our state is doing great.
Okay. And the differentiation,
downfall.
That is the point that I will readily accept. Is that the nation?
That's what I mean by losing.
Sure. Okay. And by the way, I can break bread with you on this. The nation is suffering because they feel like they're working 40 to 60-hour weeks, barely able to pay bills. Their local public education schools fucking sucks. Even when they get their, government subsidized college loans, they still have to pay them back for decades. Even once they get the fucking student loans, they're moving into the workplace and they're getting paid 30 to 40% less than what they thought they were going to get paid. And so as a result, basically their 20s and their 30s, rather than being spent partying, drinking, hanging out, driving nice cars, buying houses, finding a wife, it's spent in an apartment, eating fast food, crying into your fast food.
Your Amazon packages.
So yes, if we differentiate the state versus the nation, then I can agree that America as a nation is suffering. And then weirdly enough,
and that's ultimately always what I mean is that we as a nation are looking at other nations thrive. And both and me all in the meanwhile, all the states are thriving.
Okay,
So
I
who
do
fucking
think,
cares if the
but
state is
then that's where I feel like we're stupid because Dubai is built off of fucking slave labor. China had a fucking cultural genocide. In China, most people are not hanging out in the high-rise buildings of Chongqing. They're sleeping in the fucking tenement apartments of Chongqing that are 400 square feet before they go put in 14 hours at the fucking iPhone factory. So that's where I feel like it's exterior propaganda of those nation states, not necessarily reality.
Wait, but these are things I've said all the time. I've said fuck Saudi and their slave usage the whole time. I don't fucking like Saudi Arabia.
I think
right?
differentiating state and nation actually put me more in your camp than previous.
Exactly.
So, but hold on.
issue-
The Islamophobia, though, I'll tell you, I want to be Islamophobic to you because you're like, lol, Houthis blow up commercial ships. Who gives a fuck? Fucking Israel genocide, lol. Like, that might not be exactly what you're fucking saying. But obviously, if I have a fucking Muslim neighbor, and he's casual about murdering civilians, then obviously I'm going to think my Muslim fucking neighbor might not only be sympathetic to fucking terrorism, which is randomly fucking killing civilians, he might fucking do it himself. Like the San Bernardino couple, they were a normal speaking immigrants, I think from Saudi, and they were normal immigrants from Saudi. He had a good paying job. She had a good paying job. They just decided that America was too decadent and satanic. And so they bought 2 assault rifles and shot all their fucking coworkers. Same thing with the Somali kid in, I don't know if it was Dearborn, but it might have been someplace else. But he was literally bitching about Islamophobia and saying, oh, everybody thinks we're fucking terrorists. He said that in a school newspaper a year before he bought a fucking car, drove it into a crowd of people, and then started slicing people's fucking throats. So yeah, we're going to be Islamophobic to you whenever you fucking say, oh yeah, I can't differentiate between killing combatants and killing civilians. Like, obviously.
No, I can. You seem to not be able to. Like when
I do.
For me, listen. So for me, I can understand your differentiation because you did kind of accept it. Is bombs equal war and interpersonal killing equals terrorism, right? That
it's a little bit more different than that, but I think you even accepted it though because I delineated between a Mahdi army insurgent versus a terrorist.
Yeah. So like for me, October 7th. Right? October 7th, I don't think that was supposed to happen the way it happened. Like fucking at all. All right? For Israel being as small as it is, for Israel being as defensive as it is, as like intelligent as it is, as like a nation that has all this security and the fact that like 3,000 people were able to just walk up to a gate and walk through the gates and do what they did. Listen, man, conspiracy brain all you want. You can
no. I've heard from Israelis that they were overstretching their security forces in the West Bank. And so as a result, there were military people warning Bibi before October 7th that there's going to be a penetration from Gaza. And while I'm not necessarily going to buy into the conspiracy theory that Israel wanted it to happen, even if they did or they didn't is inconsequential. They capitalized on it like a motherfucker, right? They turned October 7, 2023 into effectively turning Gaza into a fucking parking lot.
Yeah. So now my argument is here's where I'll agree with you. Me and Hamas don't really agree. Because for me, when October 7th happened, I looked at it, I was like, okay, I can understand that there's they're attacking back. There's a revolution happening, so on and so forth. Blah, blah, blah. I get that part. I get why Arabs and the Middle Eastern people are like are excited that this happened. They're like, oh, something's finally happening. There's gonna be some movement. Something's gonna be done one way or the other, right? There's gonna be an answer maybe. But for me, it's like, well, now just a bunch of Palestinians are gonna die, right? It's that's all I. That's all I see.
Dude, literally the day of, I was like, these motherfuckers are cheering this shit on. They are about to get fucking annihilated.
The further issue is these people are willing to like die at this point, man. I mean, like they just are. What's happening in the West Bank, what's happening in Gaza, what's happening. See, the people don't even call them like Palestinians anymore. They call them Gazans. We've already taken them off the map, so on and so forth. We had that the Abraham Accords, which left out which left out what's it called. We were on the panel the other day, and someone was saying, like, really, what's the solution to like these issues in the Middle East? And it is really like answering the Palestinian question. Right? These people are either going to have a land and we can try to have peace from there and see what the fuck we can do from there, or we're always going to have this issue. And if
no, I think we're always going to have this issue, and it's going to be a slow but sure ethno-religious cleansing of Israel, of Lebanon, South of Litani, the West Bank, and Gaza. Because I think the two-state is, I think after October 7, 2023, two-state's dead. It might have always been dead. I feel like it's fucking dead.
It was never alive. Okay, fair. So I don't think me and you are ever really going to see eye to eye in terms of like, oh, Hezbollah is just terrorists. If I'm going to compare and say IDF are terrorists too. So we're never going to see eye to eye on that. My issue is right now, as we stand, we are allied with Israel. We went into Iran. I don't think you consider this one a win, but we're going to retract out of Iran. We're going to pull out of Iran. But the next prime minister is already eyeing Turkey. He's already saying, well, Turkey's the next Iran. Turkey's the new Iran. Turkey's NATO. Right? So either we're going to attack a NATO ally next, or we're going to have a huge thing. I think at a certain point, man, that we coupled with these people, we picked the losing side in terms of like, we either have to infinitely defend Israel for the rest of its life and existence, and now we are just going to be a Middle East. We might as well be a Middle Eastern nation as well, right? Or honestly, at this point, we're going to have to decouple, pick a new ally. And if you ask me, I think the ally should be Lebanon. I think the ally with the Christian president, a permanent Christian president in the state, should be our actual ally, right?
It's not going to happen, man.
The same location, the same territory. You could have the same all you have to do is fund, man.
It's not going to happen, dude.
I know it's not going to happen.
I'll tell you the reason why it's not going to happen. We are at 2:30, so we're going to have to wrap in the next 5 to 10. But I love this conversation, by the way, so I wouldn't mind doing this again. But half of the Jewish population, or allegedly, allegedly, a third of the Jewish population of the planet was wiped out in World War II. Okay, and like European Jewry was eliminated. From there, half of the Jewish population went one place, which was the United States of America. Half the Jewish population went another place, which is Israel. Regardless of whether or not we're being anti-Semitic, even descriptively, there is a very strong Israel lobby inside the United States that effectively says that if we do not militarily, diplomatically, and commercially support the state of Israel, then it's going to be Holocaust 2.0. All the Jews are going to get wiped out. And this is, you're talking about how stupid the average person is. A lot of people, including me, found or find this narrative compelling. Okay. Then on top of that, the amount of money that we give Israel on an annual basis. So let's say that we add up Jordan, Egypt, and Israel's annual expenses that we give them in order to keep the region stable. It's like $12 billion. Okay. That is like 5% of Israeli GDP. What's that?
It's more than that. It's more than that.
Well, it's more than that because of October 7, 2023. But to Israel in particular, it's $3.8 billion annual. So my point is, if that, like the Iran war post-October 7, 2023, we could set those loans aside because we have given them billions of dollars for loans for military supplies. We've also given them like restock piles of whatever. But even if we sever the $4 billion annual, they have fucking tactical nukes, dude. You're not getting those people out of there. Even if you did a 67 or 73 style conflict and the United States did not reinforce Israel, you're not fucking taking out the state of Israel, because it was Golden Meir in 73 who said, either the United States resupplies us now or we're dropping tactical nuclear weapons on our border and we're vaporizing hundreds of thousands of fucking Arab combatants. So I'm telling you, you're not getting those people fucking out of there, even if the United States cuts them off.
My issue, and then we can wrap it up at this. My issue is actually everything you just said. Who the fuck are they to tell us that they're going to drop a nuke? Mind you, a nuke that they don't tell anyone that they have, non-proliferation treaty, so on and so forth. So for some reason, I need you to conceptualize, like whether or not we're actually going to get this under, if it's pragmatic to get it done, the side of which you should be arguing and contending on. Because you have this small country and this small group of people who seemingly have this overwhelming control of our politicians through financial means. They're buying off politicians literally individually and boasting about it through many different PACs, right? You have this group of people and they're looking at you and saying, hey, You do what we say or we do what we want. And for some reason, America has no response to it. Personally, my issue is not that we give them $4 billion a year. That's nothing. That's fucking kid change here. However, that's not all we give them, because if we want to talk about like wars and stuff pre-October 7th, we went to Iraq, we were in Afghanistan 20 years, billions and billions and trillions of dollars. That's all wrapped up in that part of like the allyship, because we are not going to be doing that if it's not with special interests there. And that's kind of
I think that we took out Saddam just as much for Saudi Arabia and just as much for Kuwait and just as much for our own oil interest as we took them out for any Israeli whatever that like fucking the clean break memo where they said like, we're done trading territory for peace. If anybody fucks with us, then basically we're going to depose them. Here's like 7 to 9 countries who oppose the existence of the state of Israel. One by one, we're going to take out their leadership. And weirdly enough, I think we're at like 5 out of 7, or we're at like 7 out of 9. Like we're clean break. Weirdly enough, one of the most even if they, whatever hand they played in it, one of the most successful geopolitical maneuvers in recent historical memory. But the point is that I think the United States, they're not doing that because Israel is like, hey, you need to go depose Saddam or else we're going to show pictures of Bill Clinton having sex with teenagers.
It's not that.
I think it's because...
Hey, we're the Jews, we were Holocausted, help us. Hey, now that we have
and the Americans were like,
don't do what the fuck we want, we're going to nuke everything, bitches. And it's like Americans...
But also the Americans were like, hey, number one, we get more control of oil. Number two, we take out a fucking dictator who's been a thorn in our paw for decades because Saddam basically told the United States to fuck off a whole bunch. And then number three, my golf buddies can make billions of dollars off of the defense contracts. So that's where it's like it's not conflicted interest, it's aligned interest.
So conflicted for the nation, not for the state. I'm glad we had
good for the state, not for the nation. Yeah,
and my issue is I'm always fighting for the nation.
Although
I don't give a fuck about the state.
I will tell you, access to reliable and cheap gasoline is in the interest of the nation, based off of
how we
how
could have had that without the bombing.
I wish we could too, but you know what? The fucking God promised the Jews fucking that territory 3,200 years ago, and the Jews aren't interested in letting it go. So I don't know what the fuck to do about that,
There's this video I sent you a little bit ago, and I'm going to send it to you again. I think this was a pretty decent video. I think you should watch it with your chat. I think it's a great video. I just resent it to you in the Discord. It's called The Modern Middle East Explained by Johnny Harris.
We literally do geopolitical segments 2 times a week. So Tuesday afternoons and Thursday afternoons, I do Geopol. So as long as you and or somebody in my chat reminds me, I'll do it as a geopolitical segment.
I'll remind you. And I'll hit you up. But this was a great talk, man. We'll have more of them.
All right, sounds good. No, I had a blast. I love talking with you. You're my tell Jihad I say hello. I'm worried about his name, but tell him I say hi anyways. And
the funny thing about me and you, Connor, is the difference between me and you I see is like the same difference between like a Marvel and a DC character. If you're Batman, I'm Iron Man. We're the same. We're close enough.
We're
close
different.
enough. There's just this one little thing.
Sure.
Yeah, I love you, buddy. You have a wonderful day. I'll keep in touch.
Love you too. Be easy.
Peace.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Doobie for 10 says, are you essentially saying that Israel's holding us hostage if we don't give them money and international cover while they do wild shit, then they'll use nuclear weapons? These are our allies. Well, to be clear, tactical nuclear weapons. So in their estimation, they wouldn't be dropping nukes all over the planet. What they would be doing is dropping nukes along their border in order to wipe out hundreds of thousands of invading troops. So... I want to hear Connor burst a blood vessel watching Mearsheimer. Well, we can do that Tuesday or Thursday. Randy Chang says, I hated that. Well, guess what? Everybody hates everything. What do you want? What do you want? You guys hate content in general. But doobie, I'm thanking everybody who donated. Doobie, real serious. Doobie, nameless henchman. Doobie, grassroots hegemon, old school, grassroots hegemon. Who is this? Is this Horse God? Who is this? Yeah, Horse God. Reban Ruben, Fell Runner. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your financial support. Thank you for your viewership. It is very much appreciated. It is 2:30, so I need to go ignore the fact that my current missus, maybe, is going through the ringer and I can't do anything to help. And so instead, I need to go lift weights and walk around a lake while listening to the Chemical Brothers. And then after that, I'm going to work on pre-recorded content. I will be back at 9 p.m., I think. I'm going to be debating the death penalty with, is it Michael Hatchtube? I forget. But there's somebody in my DMs that I'm debating the death penalty tonight at 9 p.m. So, Doobie says, nah, it's all over. Look up the Samson option. Dude, option. Okay? It's an option. Clean break project for the new American century. It's all there. Yes. It would make the region more stable. What, if we took out Israel? Yeah, okay. Good luck with that. Israel must fall for world peace. God, you guys are so fucking stupid. The chances of you achieving that is so dumb. The chances of that happening, I have a greater chance of dying in the next 30 seconds than Israel has a chance of not existing in the next fucking century. So good luck with your Israel must die for world peace shit. Leah says, correct, it's a mutual assured destruction thing, but it's just the Middle East, not the planet. There we go. We see what every dumb country does with nukes when they can travel anywhere in the world. True. Dr. Zayas says, have a blessed day, Connor. Good to see you, Dr. Zayas. Solverine says you're insane. Maybe. It's not surprising that they try to influence each other. True. Chemical Brothers are based. True. Connor, what are you working out today? Legs. So I don't squat or deadlift because my spine is so fucked up that I can't carry a heavy load. I can't carry a heavy load with my lower body. Lol. But I'm going to do leg extensions, hamstring curls, calf extensions. I'm going to do a deep squat machine, and I'm going to do the Air Humper 9000. We went over it a little bit earlier today. Let me take a look at it real quick. Hip thrust weight machine. Let me show you. It's important. I'm going to be doing the Penis Smasher 9000 along with quad extensions, hamstring curls, calf extensions, and like a 1 to 2 mile walk. So Russia can just give Iran a bomb. They both bomb each other. Problem solved. You say that, but then you irradiate the world's energy supply. Honestly, I think that's why we don't want Saudi and Iran to have the bomb, is because it would be a 3-way Mexican standoff. Those are the hip thrust machines. Yeah, I call them the Penis Smasher 9000 because you're basically trying to smash your penis into the roof with 9,000 pounds per square inch of force. So, all right. Anyways, I parasocially love you guys. I hope you have a beautiful day. I will be back at 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. And we'll be live on Counterpoints Politics, hopefully, because I got my community warning rescinded. So let's go. See you soon.